topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
Yo. We are back, we are live, What's good to everyone that's out there? Welcome to another episode of Killah Priest Podcast. I'm your host, Killah Priest. And running the rocket is ADA Dizzle.
What's good? Welcome back.
Who's this in the building?
Me, Myeoshe.
You been Myeoshe. Oh, shout out to the chat room, the craft room. Shout out to Coach Kandaka, 3 rockets up in the air. We have Vinny Blocklodge in the building. And first, let's send out a condolence to Voltage. I just heard some disturbing news about his moms.
Yeah. Damn.
All our energy goes out to you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? It's no words really to say about that. I mean, you just know that you got family that's with you, word, and that we definitely support you and everything. And I'm sorry to hear the disturbing news that I heard.
Yeah, absolutely. Sending our condolences and asking, for peace and comfort in his time to Vultures and his family.
Yeah.
Definitely understand. So we're gonna keep him lifted, him and his family.
Rest in power to him and his family up, and to his moms. She's transcended to the ancestor realm. Also, yeah, man, that's dope. He's a family, and just know that you got family here, bro.
Absolutely.
Word.
True.
Let's do a moment of silence for him. Word. Well, for his moms. Indeed. Man, there's so much going on in the world, man. Also, if y'all know anything about the news, if y'all just coming in, Pat Stay, hip hop battle MC legend, is transcended with the ancestors also.
So sending love and blessings to his family as well in this time.
Indeed. It's just crazy, man.
There's a lot going on in the world.
AD?
Yeah, it's bad, man. Once I found out yesterday, I wasn't right, you know what I'm saying? Because I was like, no way, how could this happen? He just launched that diss track that was sick, I follow battle rap a lot and everything, and that was such shocking news, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, all these speculations were happening about, what happened. I always immediately want to find out what happened. I need to find out always what happened, so I try to look into it. But the most info I got was what everyone was getting when they look up Disaster. He basically posted that something about him breaking up a fight. You know what I mean? So at a bar or something like that. So damn,
Wow.
It's just sad. But yeah, rest in peace to Pat Stay. He was one of my top favorite battle rappers. You know what I mean? So that was messed up.
Yeah.
It's still hard to register because that was 24 hours ago that I got the news. You know what I mean? But internet's blowing up about it.
Man.
Yeah, there's been so much stuff that's been going on. You know what I mean? We have to start. Well, we should have been always trying to stay on point, stay out of trouble. It's people are having more dreams, more visions, saying things. We are definitely in the shadow period still, retrograde.
Oh, yeah.
It starts this week.
Starts on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's been coming. It's been gray clouds. It's been some very dark times.
Yeah.
Through dark times, man. That's when I guess the universe is calling us to step up, and we have to be comfort for those that there, and also strength.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We have to call upon some type of inner strength when you're going through these type of adversities. And somebody said Pat was very special, and irreplaceable. And I feel so feel so also, you know what I mean? It's been going on for a long time, and there's no words for Voltage.
Man.
He's been going to Hari on the regular, and you know, our whole earth, that's what we say, our mothers been going through the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Shout out to Dro, I spoke to him earlier too. Where we had a deep conversation. And yeah, man, this is where we at. Yo. We have to still be on point at some point, and you know, our grievance, but we have to still keep the rocket going, and we have to figure out and find some strength and draw from there, you know. In the dark times, we have to find a little bit of light. Mm-hmm. And I know sometimes it seems like it's really dark and pitch dark.
Right.
But sometimes you can just close your eyes and you'll find a little bit of light, or try to find some peace. This is not for Voltage, because I don't know how to say it, because sometimes it's hard to even say, you know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, for sure. Just in the midst of healing, allow yourself to just be still, and just flow like a river in this time. Unfortunate, nobody has the manual to death and grief. Right. So just be gentle with yourself.
Yeah. Take one day at a time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. One day you here, next day you gone. We gotta, and those who live on gotta be strong. But you know, it's just crazy, man. But it's a natural thing that happens sometimes. But we all think about our own mortality, and a lot of us grieve because we start thinking about things that we going through, our loved ones, and our own mortality. Yeah. And yeah, so you know, it's us going back into that realm. Thinking about, you know, self. But, you know, babies have to be born.
Yeah.
We have to, new babies, they have to come through, you know, people. They come through here, you know what I'm saying? They have to have people connect, you know, through a cosmic energy. You know, he meets her, they get together, and now they're born. But if we was here forever,
right,
there'd be no room for them to come. Just crazy, man, the way it is. But we must leave a legacy of how to run this planet and do the right things about this planet by listening to the planet. We don't listen enough.
Yeah.
And that's what I discovered and learned when I was out in the woods, in the forests of Alaska, that we don't listen enough. We always trying to dictate what the flowers and what the plants and what the trees should do, instead of listening to what they are trying to tell us.
That's good.
Or what the universe is trying to tell us. The universe is trying to speak to us, but we don't listen because we're trying to dictate everything. We want to be a nation of know-it-all. Everybody thinks everybody's trying to get ahead. There's a rat race that's going on. Everybody's trying to get fast. People, you know, talking. And we develop these things and teach it into ourselves. It doesn't go away. It sits into ourselves. Right. And then it develops into some form of sickness or some form of, you know, ill condition where we're not thinking outside of the box and we can't move forward because you got these ill thoughts that we taught to ourselves. It gets into our body, and then we begin to repeat these cycles over and over and over and over because we taught ourselves to be used to it. Because they taught us how to hate ourselves, and so we learn all of the negative traits and we don't push ourselves forward. Thus, we have working out. We have, there's different type of levels you can work out to release certain toxicity thoughts and meditation.
Yoga.
Should have said that first. Yeah, that's great. Meditation, yoga.
Writing.
And writing. That's perfect. These things, making beats.
Yeah, making beats.
These things are releases. These are mantras that we can study and we can kind of practice to get ourselves into a form. It's just like when the Buddha, when a monk gets into his zone, he closes his eyes, right?
Right.
He's not afraid of anything. He's just going into a meditative state, just like how when a Christian prays or a Muslim bows, they're giving honor, and it's that sacrifice that brings the universe to you and things that you want, because you were putting forward a step into that energy field, activating your own. Thus, we speak about the Merkaba and the chariot. You are that chariot. You start to spinning. Your wheels start to turn. You know, when people start talking, they say, man, my wheels are starting to turn. We about to cook up. We about to cook up. Wheels begin to turn. We started thinking outside the box, and we start getting inside of ourselves, which goes outside. This is like a creation.
It really is.
Mixture. It's like a cake mix. It's ingredients going in now. Now, the ingredients of you thinking and putting that positive thought inside is a mixture. Something is being created, something different. And now we are stepping out the norm of the way they want us to think, and start thinking for self and start doing better for self. Because you start thinking, because you start making these ingredients work for you.
Right.
It should be contagious. This should be a collective thing, because this thing, we all experiencing this at the same time. Your pain is my pain. So we all feel for each other.
Right. Our brothers and our sisters, of course.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, is that we can feel the pain of somebody else. Like even with Pat Stay, like I can feel the pain that everyone else is feeling too. Do you know what I mean? I didn't know him personally.
Right.
I knew of him, and I was a big fan, but I also knew how big he was and how important he was to the people that were around him. You know what I mean? And the community that he was with. So it's like, you not only feel the pain from the loss of him, but it's so strange how intuitively you can feel the rest of a group pain, if you will. You know what I mean?
But that just tell you like the person energy, like who they were.
Yeah.
Their energy, like you could feel when they leave, you could feel the sorrow of the energy. Their energy so great that you can feel it, and feel the sorrow of the people that love them.
Yeah.
There's a powerful, sort of like a spaceship taking off.
Yeah.
Because they take that time, and that time means something. Like even when Biggie and Tupac left, it's like they kind of took a spot, and it became history then, because they're not here to experience it with us anymore. We just left with memories.
Yeah.
You know, the memories that they, I don't want to say haunt, but they live in.
Yeah.
And we get to rejoice. You can have a smile on our face, or we can have a good moment. And everything's a moment. Every moment is a beautiful, precious thing to take with us to help us survive into the future. It's all moments, memories.
And that's why I think it's so important for legacy. That's where legacy come in, because it's like, what are you leaving behind? What are you going to leave the world?
Right.
What are you going to leave the individual? What are you going to leave that person? What are you going to leave your children?
Right.
So Pat Stay, he left something and touch everyone. So that should be our own motive and thrive throughout our journey and purpose. What are we going to leave? What's going to be our foundation and our legacy?
Right.
Are people going to feel us, when we transition? Are they going to feel some type of way? Or what are we going to leave for them to, press on?
Humanity is heavy. It's looked at because, like I said before, we have the trees and they've been growing, it's coated. And we have to do better for ourselves. So if we want to push the planet of being to where, or take it further than where we was before, we have to be better people to each other.
Right.
More love.
And have real conversations. I think I was telling you about this. Have real conversations. I think we don't have real conversations about death, and how should we respond to death when it comes, when it hit our door. We don't have a manual. Nobody, and we don't talk about it, and especially Black people. We don't talk about death. We're not prepared for it at all. Especially when it comes to things like life insurance. So I think it's important to have these real conversations, because death and grief is a part of life. It's a cycle. It's going to come. We can't hide from it, but we need to also be prepared for it mentally, spiritually, seriously, because some people can't handle when someone else transition. And then also like for me, you know, I had a moment and I needed to, somebody had to tell me healing is not lack, Myeoshe. And I had to really take that, like healing is not lack. I don't have to chase everything. This is my time to be still and heal. And healing comes with abundance of what? Everything around you to receive. That's what healing is. When something is being removed from you, it's going to be replenished and replaced. That's what God does, but he can't do that if you're not still. You know, if you transition is a loss of surgery on us, it's to build us up. But if we're not, and when we go to the outpatient and sit there so we can heal our bodies, how can we be replenished if we're not healing, if we're not being still? How that wound is going to heal if we're just chasing and trying to forget. I think a part of my thing with grief right now is I have to tell my therapist, is it wrong to try to make yourself forget? Because sometimes I feel like I forget or try to block it away. But that's the process of not allowing yourself to be still and heal and feel it and allow it to pass, because I am a human, and sit in it and allow myself to be.
Yeah, they say there's 5 phases or 5 stages of mourning. And, you know, there's the denial, like, there's no way this happened. And I was in that all last night. Like, there's no way that this has to be fake. This has to be fake. Denial. And then there's anger, which I still think I'm in right now, is anger. And then there's bargaining, depression, and then acceptance. Do you know what I mean? But to be aware of those phases that you go through is so strange because it's so natural. Do you know what I mean? It's not like you're consciously trying to feel angry. But you can't help it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I couldn't do stuff last night. After I found out, I'm like, I don't even want to do anything. I felt disenchanted. Do you know what I mean? I felt the same way. I know it's strange, but with the Fast and Furious guy, Paul Walker.
Oh, yeah.
When he passed, it was the same kind of feeling. Like, look, I don't know this guy personally, but, you know, the Fast and Furious movie was a big thing for me. You know what I mean? But I felt so disenchanted. Like the movie didn't even matter anymore. Like why are we even making movies? Like, I felt such, like, loss of enchantment towards the energy itself. So like last night I felt like it's not even about battle rap anymore. I was like, why are we even doing this? Like things seemed pointless. Things seemed meaningless at the moment because you're prioritizing so much that person. Do you know what I mean? Now I look back and it's like, okay, you know what I mean? We got to get back in the groove and everything, but there's still anger.
Wow.
Because like that shouldn't have happened.
That's
you know what I'm
good.
saying? I mean, it's strange, but yeah.
Oh. You said the actor?
Oh, Paul Walker.
Yeah.
Remember?
You had a connection?
No, I just really was into the movies, the Fast and Furious movies. So when he passed, I was so like, upset, and the way he passed too, because it was like a car accident. Do you know what I mean? And it's ironic because he's Fast and Furious, and the cars thing, and it's a fast car, and it's like, so I ended up just losing interest in that moment for all the Fast and Furious movies, and it's like it's sad because you're just like you're breaking up with this thing that you love so much in that moment, just out of anger. So I'm just noticing the emotion of of that stage of grief.
Wow.
Do you know what I'm saying?
That's real.
And then I guess the next stage is bargaining, to where it's like you look back and like what could have been done, what could have actually happened. Maybe if I had called, if only we knew. But it's
I do that to myself.
Yeah.
I do that to myself a lot. Now, like I be thinking like I wish my mom and dad would call and I would answer the phone, because they will call and sometimes I wouldn't answer because I know what they calling for. But it was like, damn, I wish they'll call right now. Like, I would answer, or I wish I would have, done this, or I wish, I would have did this in time. Like, I think I'm in that stage where it's just back and forth. And that could kind of like low-key drive you crazy too.
Yeah.
Because then when you're thinking about stuff, it's like you're not making peace with it. You're not making peace because you're indecisive. It's like, it's nothing you can do now about it.
Yeah.
So and then it's also regretful.
Yeah.
You're like putting yourself in a regretful state when you shouldn't.
Yeah, it's the stubbornness of the soul too, to be like, no, you can't do this to me. Like I don't accept this feeling, because we want to have such a perfect feeling of peace, and balance. Our soul wants to be balanced, and when something like this happens that knocks us off of our balance, it's like, hold on, I was doing so good, I don't want to feel this. You know what I mean? You have that stubbornness of the soul, not wanting to feel grief.
Yeah.
But it's necessary.
And that's not wanting to feel grief. That's me. I don't want to feel it. I don't want to be crying. I don't want to be sad. I don't want to be bogged down.
Yeah.
Sometimes I a picture may drop and I'll hurry up and put it back. You know, because I don't want to see it, because if I see it, it's going to bring back memories and it's going to take me there.
Yeah.
But why not go there and feel that moment and how happy you were, how joyful it was? Why look at it like that, you know? So.
And you end up thinking like, oh no, I'm going to end up becoming a spiritual person, because it's going to turn you into a spiritual person. Because when you're in a good space spiritually, you're able to handle these things because you're already meditative. If you're not, and you're not a spiritual person, and you start experiencing grief, you're going to end up having no choice.
Yeah.
You're going to have to start meditating, because it's hard to handle if you're not already a spiritual person.
It's not an easy thing. And I was watching Angie Martinez. She has a show called In Real Life. And she talks about, you know, death and transitioning and dying. And one of the shows I watched was with her and Lauren London. And Lauren London said that what her experience was for her, that she felt like when Nipsey Hussle died, that the city of LA became heavy. It feels very heavy for her. Everywhere she go and turns and look, he's there. And I just feel like Angie Martinez says, like, we need to have these real conversations, because people feel like they don't exist. When death do come at our doors, we don't know what to do. And then we lean to other things, drugs, pills. You know, we get into a state of depression, and then mental health, then we want to commit suicide because we no longer want to be here no more. So it's a lot of things, but I think death is a beautiful thing, because it is an afterlife afterwards. But I think as people, we need to be gentle and kind with ourselves, and kind of like what AD said, understand.
Yeah. And what I love about this podcast is that I'm learning from, you know, Tahuti and all this Egyptian knowledge that there is an afterlife. So when they say knowledge is power, it truly is, because you're able to accept these types of situations a lot easier, knowing that they're not gone. You know what I mean? They just changed frequency.
Yeah.
And it almost feels nice. Like, it's a beautiful thing. Like, okay, this isn't so bad. Like, maybe this was the hell, and the heaven is actually the paradise. So it's like, that's what they say, you know, rest in paradise. You know what I mean? It's like, well, now they literally are in a better place, because they're in a higher frequency. They're not in LA, where it can be crazy. You never know what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to deal with all these crazy things going on here on this, what they call it, Midgard.
Yeah.
They can be in Asgard, whatever you want to call it. But it's a beautiful thing to know, with the knowledge that there is an afterlife. And so much evidence and proof of it, that you don't feel as bad as you could, as if you didn't know about an afterlife.
And that's
you know
good
what I mean?
right there.
They're not just gone. They're still there, just, you know, in a different spot.
Yeah, for sure.
It's nice.
Energy.
Yeah, energy.
And it just changes forms. That's all. Electricity's inside the walls.
Yeah.
Sometimes sometimes it shines brighter right before it goes out.
Yeah.
That's just but on the bright side. That means no pun intended.
Yeah.
No pun intended. It's like, it's heavy, man. That's why we're gonna touch on that celestial part we was talking about today. We have our guest Neptali coming today.
Okay.
Right. Neptali again.
On Zoom or live?
She's gonna come on the Zoom.
All right.
Yeah, she's gonna come on the Zoom, and we're gonna touch on a lot of things of that nature today. And I definitely want to engage and touch on and push the envelope. So for those who are light of thinking and get scared of certain realms, or too unfamiliar with those, either you sit down, get your paper together, or it's time for you to leave and turn the tube off, or go in another room. It's about to get a little bit because she told me she was going to come with some good stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm ready for that. I'm definitely ready for that. And on the Podcraft is where we like to dive in those realms, kind of make you feel a little bit uncomfortable if you're uncomfortable with the unfamiliar.
Yeah, the truth. Yeah, the truth shall set you free. So some people do get uncomfortable with the truth, because the truth starts pointing at you, starts making you, it brings the mirror right in front of your face and say, hey, look at yourself.
Right.
So you can't hide from the truth.
Right. Let's move right along while we do this. I want to shout out Aurora Borealis. I see everyone y'all coming through. I want to brighten up a little bit. They said, Myeoshe got bars. You got poetry? Do you do poetry?
I do acronyms. I say, things do come, but, I love acronyms. Love breaking down words.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. That's good. Well, Kermit Allen said, "Love is love, love." We're gonna try to brighten it up a little bit. Born Enter said, "Blissful wishes, Lord KP. Peace to you, brothers." Stephanie Bullock, shout out to us. She got palms up. It's been a real gloomy time.
Yeah, it has.
But in gloominess, this is when the mystic fungi comes up, and it's like I'll take you back to Alaska.
Okay.
Skagway. Shout out to Skagway. Shout out to my man Aries. He's gonna be joining us on the Royal Priesthood soon.
Okay.
He's from the Killah tribe.
Killah tribe.
Yeah, native. And been checking out his work and seen him perform. It's deep. But and it's gonna be dope. But back to fogginess.
Okay, fogginess.
Fogginess and gloomy, sometimes gloomy. The mystic fungi comes. The mushroom likes that type of environment, and they pass through information. They pass information during that time. And I guess for the mist, to some you can't see, but to the flowers, it's water. You know what I'm saying?
In the forest.
Clouds, yeah.
Wow.
Clouds in the forest. So, and sometimes there's a certain beauty that's in the darkness. If you're in the forest, you may see a mushroom. It's very pretty. Red tops, pink tops, hard, shiny. It kind of leads you to a little bit of that science of the mystic. And in that, stories are being told, you know what I'm saying? And there's information being shared. Quietly or loudly, you listen. Cell-wise or spiritually, you get a connection going on. And the whole forest is alive. You become alive too.
Yeah.
In that darkness, this is where they start to communicate. You can look up, there's percentages, people do measurements. They have all type of scientists. They have florists and all type of people that do research about the flora and the forest and fungi, doctors, how they communicate, and they become the internet for the forest.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah, and the whole floor is electric. You're a part of that, and you're experiencing it. There's always a piece to the puzzle that we never look at, and that's ourselves. How many of and the reason why I say that, because we don't look at ourselves as strong and knowledgeable beings.
Yeah.
Why we've been downplaying ourselves? Because somebody turned down our fire that burns within us. Sometimes, it gets that deep. I know I'm talking like Bob Russell, but it do get that deep. I walked through the dark fog.
And how was it for you?
It was dark and foggy, but
the experience.
It was mind opening, mind blowing.
That's why they say it's good to, like, when you go into nature, be barefooted so you could be grounded and you could feel it and you could feel the energy and all this great things. Did you go in there? Did you go in the forest? Was you grounded?
No. I was grounded.
Like grounded, like feet out.
No.
Oh no. Okay.
I didn't do the feet out.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? My cosmic feet was out though, because I did step on that. So I was aware. If you step into the forest, you have to be aware of where you at. You know what I'm saying? Then when you acknowledge each other, you might walk past a leaf, and the leaf did rub my face. So I did have a touching with, a kind of like, and when it did, stress came off me.
Wow.
So it's like I was going through my thought wash.
Well, just the atmosphere alone, you're getting at least some sort of cleansing. They say you're cleansed if you jump into the ocean, the salt water. It kind of cleanses you in a way, but like to be in nature, that's good, because I'm out here in the city. and there's not much nature. You know what I'm saying? Like Knott's Berry Farm don't really count.
Right.
You go to Alaska, where you were at, man.
No noise, no nothing, just all peace.
And no light pollution either, so you can see more stars.
Yeah.
Literally just
Northern
green.
Lights.
Yeah,
Just nature. That's dope.
Yeah.
that's cool.
I think everybody need to go to the forest at some point. Which brings me to
Segue.
A forest of the happy ever after. And special little secret albums that we've been working on.
Oh yeah.
Influenced by nature itself. Going into that zone, being influenced by it kind of spoke to me, so I kind of listened.
Okay.
And what I pushed out was the energy that it gave me. And AD did a great job. So I have a secret album coming out.
Oh yeah.
It's not a secret no more.
It's definitely not a secret no more.
It's coming out quick, fast, unstoppable, unmovable.
Now, how fast? Which date?
Unstoppable force. Be by what? The unstoppable object that goes. Unmovable object is by unstoppable force. Think of it. It's an explosion. Oh, what date?
Yeah.
Libra.
Okay.
I need balance in the life, and I think all of us is looking for some type of balance.
So that's when the next album is gonna drop.
Libra time.
And you're not gonna announce the name of it? Wait.
Mysteries of the... No, I'll do it now. Because we're going to do a commercial for it.
Okay.
How about that?
What's the name of the album?
Mysteries of the Heavenly, Earthly Realms. Mother.
Mother. That's dope.
So it's not a secret no more, y'all.
Definitely not a secret.
Hey. So we have that. Oh, man. Hold up.
Shout out to Voltage.
Yeah.
What up, Voltage?
Hey.
Peace and blessings to you, brother.
As soon as he's ready, we gotta have him back on.
Yeah.
And he's gotta bring his electronic equipment
Yeah.
so we can do the beat stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Wanna have a little jam session.
Exactly, man. Yo, our hearts go out with you, Voltage. Shout out to you, brother.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
and everybody from the Podcraft. Yeah, exactly.
Rich Genetics got it.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Mysteries of the Heavenly, Earthly Realm.
It's gonna be good.
So Shannon, basically he's saying
You heard it? Yeah.
September
Yes, I heard
September
it.
22nd.
So, huh?
Shannon was saying what Libra season, but basically you're saying September 22nd.
Balance.
Yeah.
Balance. I need balance right now because we have Mr. Universe. We have a whole bunch of stuff coming. A plethora of music, a plethora of ideas, plethora of learning. There's new information coming out every day. It's time to balance it out.
True.
Last days, I'll pour out my spirit upon all people, all flesh. And so we got to be able to take this because it's coming. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm prepared, and we have to get prepared together.
Yeah, most definitely.
So, mother.
Nice.
And speaking of that, I got something for Neptali. I can't wait for her to come. We was building last night, right? On some heavy topics that nobody really touch on. You know, they touch on it here and there, but they kind of scared of that the what you don't see rules and governs that what you do see. The psychic mind, the mind of a person inside the celestial mind of a person who shoot dice. Gambler. They have the vision to see something before it happens because they're gambling and they're wishing for something to happen. They're tapping into their celestial idea of what they believe. They even get to the point where they blow on the dice. Talk voodoo. Are they scared? No, they step into it because they want a reward from that which don't even exist yet. They know the money's there, but they want the currency to come.
Yeah.
So they blow on the dice and they think about it. They throw them. Hey. So everybody got a part of spirituality with them is where they harness and push and stock inside that spiritual bank.
Are they gonna use it for good or evil?
Yeah, but they use it. You know, I was gonna take it on another level.
I think we all speak. I think every day we do magic just by what we speak. You know, what we speak into existence, what we speak about ourselves. I think you know.
Magic
we do it every day.
Magic is the art of language.
Yeah, we do it every day. When I'm talking to you, I'm supposed to be lifting you up and saying great things and speaking life into you and vice versa, not putting you down. So I think we do it every day.
That's good magic. Black magic is when you gossip.
See?
Is that gospel?
Gossip.
Gossip and lie.
Yeah, if you lie and gossip about other people and you speak negatively, that is black magic.
Right. So gospel is it's language that you put out because energy has language has energy in it.
It's a ghost spell.
Right. The spelling test, and you could put a person down. There's a group of people. There's people that's running around everywhere trying to tear you down. You know what I'm saying? They know that the words is negative. And sometimes they don't even look you right in your eyes when they say it. They'll look over here and they're speaking in third party.
Yep.
Energy be going around. But when you find that, when you in your zone, come on. Let's talk about strength. Let's talk about superhero. That power that you have inside that you don't use enough because you're not getting enough oomph behind it.
Right.
People, they hang with you, but they want to see your downfall. But really, it's just about your light shining so bright that they can't even take the light. So they kind of like...
They try to kill it off by, telling you you're not going that dream, like you're not going to be able to open that business or you're not going to be able to go to school and get your doctorates. Like, who, you? Like, or they just look at you and downplay you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They look at you, downplay you. That's why you got to be careful of who you tell your dreams to. Gotta be careful who you tell your dreams to.
Let me look at the chat for that one. That was hard.
Gotta be careful because they'll kill it before it even happen. You gotta be careful with whatever you want to come into fruition. You gotta hold on to it because people just not gonna believe it. It's a lot of people out here that don't have the hope and vision because of themselves, because they don't have hope and vision in themselves, so they'll try to kill yours because they don't have it. I mean, it's called a hater. It's called a hater. If you hanging around haters, you need to remove yourself because it's not going to do nothing. It's just bad blood.
It's a good sign to have them, though.
It's a good sign to have them, but to confine in them and to tell them your dreams and everything, they're going to kill it off. Before it even happens.
Yeah, they got that eye to see.
Yeah,
and they're thirsty. They already going themselves are already going through turmoil, right? So they feel terrible themselves. So they want you to feel the same way. They want to reflect that type of feeling on you,
right?
Because the disorder is going on. You have order and structure that's coming your way in a magnificent way.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So just lock on to that energy that you've been doing, the
most
build,
No, I said most definitely.
Yeah, the build and rising up and doing it, sticking to what you do.
Yeah, and doing it in decency and order.
Right.
With a clean conscience. I think it's good.
Voltage said he had to edit his friend circle. It turned,
I feel you. Like sometimes you just have to do that. Sometimes family, like you just have to do it. Sometimes even family, y'all grew up in the same household, but when things happen, you come to see like y'all don't have the same vision or ideas that you would think you had because you guys grew up in the same household. It's different. People just don't think the same.
Right.
So you definitely have to change your circle. I think the more knowledge and wisdom you get of yourself and know who you are, I think you'll attract the right people to you and eliminate the bad people. But once the veil is off and you recognize who those people are that have been around you, that's because I've been in situations I done had a friend that was around me, thought that was my best friend, but like the veil was off because now I'm not insecure of myself and then I'm not so passive aggressive. So now the veil off and I'm realizing, well, you're really not my friend because you see my light, you've been dimming it, and now I see my light, and now I see really who you are. So now I have to remove you because you're not good for me. All you're going to do is try to kill off my fruit, my good fruit. So why would I want to be around somebody like that? I think it's very important.
What's the passive aggressive part?
Passive aggressive.
Yeah, that's good.
Passive aggressive is when somebody do something to you and you know you should question them and check them, but you don't. You just let it slide and let it slide and let it slide. And then when you let it slide, you go home and you talk to yourself about it, and really you killing yourself and dealing with and thinking about it because you know you should have said something. That's passive aggressive. And really it's kind of like what's the word for it? I can't think of the exact word, but you kind of like kill off your like ego self because you're not really being vocal of how you really feel. You're suppressing your own feelings to make somebody else feel comfortable, and it doesn't do any good for you at the end of the day.
Oh man, that's a good one.
Because when you get to a point, you'll blow up.
Let's stop. That's a good point.
Can't be passive aggressive.
Hashtag that one.
Yeah.
We're gonna put that out there in the energy. We're gonna put that.
No more passive aggressiveness.
Yeah, exactly. Going home and then I like what you said. So you going home and then you start shadow boxing after.
Yeah, like I should have said this, like replaying what you should have said, but you didn't say it.
Right.
Because you're passive aggressive now. You're suppressing how you really feel. Yeah. That's not doing no good for you. When you should have vocally said it and you'll feel better.
Right. Shannon said gaslighting.
Yeah.
I've been hearing that a lot. Like that gas stove.
Yeah, you gotta. And even for me, I used to be the type of person that when I had to say something, I had to yell it or, say it in a certain way. But now I just say it in love. You're going to take it how you take it, but I'm going to say it to you nicely. I'm going to respect you, but I'm going to get my point across because you need to know this, and this is very important. Not for me, for you.
Oh, okay.
Because people need to know how to treat people. And that's another thing. If you're not being vocal about how you want to be treated, they're going to continue to do it, and they're going to go on in life thinking they can do the same thing to somebody else. But if you check them and cut them off, they'll know to do better next time when they have a loyal friend, a loyal boyfriend, a girlfriend, or just a family member, somebody that's good to you that comes in your life that's supposed to be a blessing, and you take advantage of it. So.
That's talk right there. That's real.
Because these days it's hard to find good people. Like let's be real. These days everybody have different motives. Everybody out for themselves. Everybody, they just ain't being right out here. So when you meet right people and people that's enlightened and on your frequency, you can cherish those people. For real.
I've read a scripture before. And in James when it says in the last days, it shall be perilous times, and people shall be lovers of themselves.
Yeah, selfishness.
And selfish, and that's we chalk it up as the narcissistic attitude now, and it's been pushed throughout society. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere you look on TV, there's the selfishness, and it starts all the alphabets. BDP, the borderline personal disorders, and it starts all of that. And a lot of people walk around, they're guilty of these things in this time. We live in a country who's pushed that a lot. You know what I'm saying? We have wars and rumors of war. We started wars and killings and entrapments, enslavements, and you have a lot of guilt that we bound up. So releasing these things, getting to talk to people, like you said, just talking can release a lot of things that's just built up. We call it building.
Yeah.
We call it building. Sometimes it's good to release, but that's why I like the Podcraft.
Right.
Because sometimes when I sit here, we can sit and talk about these things that be on our minds.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it goes down like that. So yeah, they got the gaslighting. They be having all these codes in there. Back in the days, they just call it wrongdoing, sin. Well, they, the Christian and different type of religions, they called it it's just just being a bad person, not the better of yourself, So I guess getting out of that stage And this is where do these thoughts come from? Where all of these ideas come from? Where do all of these things start? Do they start in the mind? This is like psychologically.
Yeah.
Do it start in a person's mind? They taught these things, seeing violence on TV. Why are these things happening? You know, they told stories back in the days. They were ancient stories, old stories on the walls. You can see the stories in the tablets. They talked of wars and rumors of wars. They had all type of things. Should we learn from them? How do we learn from them? What are they? Where they're from? You know what I'm saying? Who came with the idea of thrones? Kings, queens that put other people as peasants, leaders, tax,
Right.
control, smart, dumb.
Right.
We all in a race. Some people are faster than others.
That'll go into the animal kingdom. They'll be the first ones. You know what I mean? Because they've got a hierarchy among ants.
So it's beautiful.
That is-
there's a queen ant. Yeah,
Yeah, that is.
And the bees, of course. You know about the queen bee.
right. Well, I gotta ask this question.
Interesting how there's a queen bee,
Yeah.
right?
Well, we
Where
call
did
it-
king bee go? Queen killed him.
Well, we call. Yeah, but we did call it.
That's a
queen.
matriarchal society right there.
Yeah, but we did call it. You're right about that. Insect family, and we named it a queen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We named it a queen. There's a seahorse also, but yeah, you're right. So in the animal kingdom, then is it wrong? You know what I'm saying? Is it wrong? How do we balance it out? Because because one thing about the insects, they live in harmony. The colony of ants, they live in harmony, and everybody does their job. When one thinks outside the box, then what? There's a movie about ants about that. What about the bee colony? I mean, or what the bees are called? The colony of ants and the bees are called what? Hive or?
I think it'd be a hive.
Yeah.
It'd be a clan.
A clan.
Killer bees.
Swarm. Yeah, swarm.
Yeah.
Swarm. You know what I'm saying? Everybody does their job. And then we, in books and stuff, we say that we have will. They don't have will. They say that, we get to choose. In the first book, one of the oldest books, they say, there's two choices that we take. But the insects, and look, we use a plant. So we went back to nature in the beginning. There was a tree. That's what's written down. And some of them you can see the will. Sometimes you can see a tree. Some type of wood. But you go back to those things. The tree ain't do nothing to nobody.
Right.
Now here we go again. We blame the animals and the nature for the fall of man. It's deep.
I wonder what the
Truth.
animals and plants and flowers think about us. Like,
Oh,
they
they
need
crazy.
us. I know that. I wonder, like, their
mean,
conversations.
The plants are trying to kill us. The plants have toxins in them. That
Hold
are
up,
like,
brother.
Yeah.
I don't think they're trying to kill us. I think they're
We
like,
eat plants.
Yeah.
Everything eats
That's the
plants.
problem.
we trying to kill them because we're
We will kill them.
yeah, we will kill them because we're killing them all by, being
Yeah.
toxic waste and all that. And we need them and they need us. So it's like, they know how important we are to them, but we don't know how important they are to us.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Because they're recycling our carbon dioxide into oxygen.
Thank you, bro. See, I was about
They're
to say
helping us
that.
breathe.
First,
They helping us bring, but I'm talking about as far
Exactly.
as like their trash. Because the earth is acting out of what we do, our energy or whatever. I don't think we're conscious enough of how they're responding to our our mess.
As a whole,
Yeah, as a whole,
She's
as a
right about that.
as a collective. That's why I was like, I wonder, like how you said in the forest, how they transfer information. Like, I wonder what their conversations about us. Like,
the talking tree.
yeah,
They're like,
like
these motherfuckers.
like
about to
these
cut us
niggas don't even
down.
understand. Like,
I'm gonna create some oxalates so that if they eat us, it's gonna be toxic.
Well, yeah, we supposed to give back. We supposed to plant. We supposed to give back to the.
yeah, but we don't plant. We don't plant flowers. We don't water. We don't do that. We don't plant seeds.
Not enough. Yeah.
Not enough. It's very few people that like the garden.
Right.
Because we don't even have yards no more. We don't even have backyards. So,
Yeah.
like, that's what I'm saying. Things are
Real estate.
changing.
Yeah.
Real estate. I like that.
Yeah, so things are changing. So if things are changing and we're not gardening and, being fruitful and taking care of our soil, how are we really taking care of our nature? Just in the city, not forest, just in our, in our
There's no
city.
when you saw that.
Right. When you start talking about it, so we're really not taking care of them.
Yeah, not optimally.
Yeah, because we're supposed to be planting water. We supposed to when we eat apples, we're really supposed to replant those seeds. We're not just supposed throw them. We're supposed to replant them. Not just as in the Bible it said, be fruitful and multiply. It was also talk about plants too.
And
you
fruits.
And fruits.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of seeds in watermelons. I said that because sometimes you could spit a seed out and it'll find its way into the ground. It will figure it out. It has a cosmic way of consistency of because the earth is not going to let you kill it. You know what I'm saying? But we are trying to do it, so it has to clean itself at some point.
Life finds a way.
Yeah, the ocean has the beach. How many of us know that the beach is actually a garbage for the ocean? It's where it washes up all the bullcrap at. Everything that dies in the sea goes to where?
The ocean, unfortunately.
That's why we see all those bubbles.
Yeah. So a bunch of cosmics.
Like,
I mean, check it out. I mean, this is not me talking. This is you could go out to the ocean and look at it yourself. It tells you itself through every wave that comes up, every time, every emotion. That's why emotions are like the waves, like the motions in the sea.
Motion in the ocean.
Yeah.
Motion in the ocean.
And you have two eyes to see. The ocean is called the sea. You can see as far as you want. You can put it away however you do it.
Yeah.
But the ocean is there. And it's here, and nature teaches us. Like you said, AD, you came back to nature itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ferment it long enough, and what does it do? It intoxicates you. It ferments. It turns into vinegar. And it can also clean because this same. You ever tasted moonshine?
No.
Oh Lord,
Never tasted moonshine.
that's strong as hell.
Yeah, moonshine. Moonshine. One little drop. Look, will go through your body and turn you all hot. So from it, the sugar, it turns into different. It transforms. And then some people use it as food when they were working back then. You can eat beer. It has a yeast. You know what I'm saying? So all these things, these elements, this great planet that we're on, a lot of water, we are made up of water. So we got to be able to flow, and things that happen into water, we have emotions. We have the same thing. We get angry sometimes, and sometimes we're cool. So we're being pulled because the ocean is pulled by the moon, governed and ruled by that night spirit. That's why you connected sometimes, like AD are connected to the heavens, and the Dogons used to connect their stuff to the heavens. Ancient people always connected their bodies because they created the celestial bodies. They started calling them to the celestial body, had some type of connection.
As above,
so below, as within,
so without,
as in the universe, so within the soul.
ooh.
Like
I
that.
always forgot about that last one. That's cool.
Somebody said moon day. Yeah, with tides. Somebody said we got tides. You know what I'm saying? So you go into then we ain't gonna start with that. I already saw it. We're not gonna start with that. Yeah, exactly. But pulling in because we building right now. That's to build on our situation. So things happen on celestial levels and then on lower levels. So everything that exists in the universe exists within us, the stardust, and all of those parts. A brother told me earlier that we're the image. It's not like the actual, but we're in the image. So we're the image of all things that exist. We're powerful.
Right.
So we also have light. Yeah, capture that.
Light body.
We also have light. We have the sun. We call this the solar plex. Where my yoga people at, man?
Yeah, we got yoga. Meet me in Downward Dog.
Yeah. Exactly. Come on, we up here. We talking. Somebody said natural disasters without the moon. Aurora Borealis, shout out to him. My stardust. It's beautiful. That's cosmic. We on a planet that's in space. Then you talking about you never been nowhere. We do. Man, I wish I could go. We're traveling at a magnificent speed.
Stardust kind of reminds me of. Never seen stardust, but when I think of stardust, I think of how somebody being cremated and the dust. No, for real, and it'd be like rocks in it and dust. In the when somebody get created, it's like dust, and it's also like rocks in there. It's kind of like
dust,
like stardust,
particles,
right?
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Somebody said ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Yeah. Waiting on is she in a?
The Zoom is open for her, so anytime she joins, and you have the link.
Yeah, we starting this right because I wanted to open up because I got something I want to read, man. We talked about all these ancient stories, dealing with bodies, elder bodies, spiritual bodies, nomos. People want to go into the elements of the universe, that word El. Different energies that go within and out. What causes us to think like that? What is nature and what is life itself trying to teach us? We ask those questions to ourselves. Mm-hmm. For our existence, we quest to know these things. We had to look up at the stars. We know rain that comes. Mm-hmm. Rain, without rain, you don't get fruits. It's teaching us every day. You have to have crops in order to eat. We don't make the seed pop open. Water does that. Mm-hmm. Come on, talk to me, man. We're really going in today.
There's a interesting article online that discusses the lessons that can be learned from animals.
Well, they were on the walls.
Yeah.
Even in the ancient scriptures, they talked about the animals. Some of them were kind of harsh, though. You got to be able, because the way that society is, it teaches you kind of like, it makes you scared of snakes. Makes you, society teaches you, don't teach you the right way. They told you that a mouse scares elephants. We talked about this before. It's not true.
That's true. Disney taught that.
Yeah. Right. They also said a cow could jump over a moon with spoons.
Yeah.
And that the moon was made out of cheese. Please. Society said a lot of things. So when we start talking about the real aspects of animals, they're slick. The fox is very cunning.
Yeah, very
also.
cunning.
This is something that you could look at. Fox is very wisdom. Does that make the fox evil?
No.
Let's ask Fox News. They start taking his stuff. Come on, just talk.
They're like the scavengers.
See, here we go again. They are. They don't have jobs, right? Mm-hmm. But AD, how else are they supposed to get their food?
Yeah, they're like savages.
One rules the night. See, he said don't disrespect my foxes, man. Come on.
Well, I'm just
gotta talk, bro.
I'm looking at Google. Like the personality of the fox is foxes are solitary and stick to themselves. So that's like the personality type that's like very individualistic, like very to themselves. They tend to avoid other animals and most people. They're shy and timid, so it's like an introverted animal. And there's so many people that can relate to that.
Yeah.
They'll usually get aggressive during the mating season when the males are fighting over the females.
Right. But I like the style, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We showed the fox. I just like, because they have to be like that, because they got to get that chicken. They got to feed. They have to be as wise as a person, and they have to know the time. Mm-hmm. Everything's timing. They have to know that in order for them to eat. They have to get a chicken here and there. They have to. How else they gonna eat? That's what they eat. We house them, we farm them,
right.
And they know it. You gotta get that chicken. Fox chicks. No, they know that we house them. They have to think in order to get one. Mm-hmm. So they gotta outthink us, yo. They know we have cages. They've been studying us for a very long time. The fox has to think, and it has to be slick. Somebody said timing. Raccoons don't play. Yeah, I know about raccoons. They're jumpy too. They're jumpy. They don't play that because coyotes be. I used to live in Topanga Canyon. Mm-hmm. Coyotes would they would kill a raccoon, and the raccoon family would come back for revenge too.
And they come in packs.
Mm-hmm. That's one thing that we can learn from the wolves. The wolves are in it together. They travel in tight-knit packs and have very strict social rankings, forcing them to be expert communicators. Mm-hmm. So they howl. The wolf's howl isn't just for communicating over long distance or distinguishing packs. The scientists believe that wolves are there to help strengthen social bonds.
Oh, I'm gonna see. My bad.
That's crazy.
Last time.
Create stronger, more successful teams, so they also howl together.
All right.
That's wolves teamwork.
Mm-hmm.
That was Neptali. She's coming.
Yeah.
She sound like she about to take care of business too. I love it. Hold on.
Ready.
Yeah. I'm gonna send it to you, AD. You just send it to her.
What you sending?
I'm sending you her email. You can send her a link.
Oh, okay.
And it's gonna be a long time. It's going to be a long time.
All right.
Let me put your share in there because I know how you get down. All right.
You're sending it to WhatsApp, right?
Yeah, I'm sending it to your WhatsApp.
Okay, cool. That way I can just copy and paste it.
Them foxes hauled ass when I sent my red nose after Sam. Yeah, they gonna run, man. They got to. Oh, shout out to Mighty Hebrew too. And shout out to Born King. Shout out to those brothers because somebody passed away. One of the good brothers. Shout out to Mighty Hebrew, but I want to say the name right. And then shout out to Knowledge Born because he went out there. Shout out. And we're gonna have Inky on here soon. Inky has a documentary coming that's gonna be off the meat rack. Make sure y'all go. Let me see. That girl, she's so fly. Shout out to my man Lance, man, out in Alaska. He hit me up. He watching the show. He said that girl is so beautiful. He said that girl think that she's so fine. She thought I think it blow my mind.
That girl. It's your turn.
Like AD breaking out the Western.
Right.
Man, we have Naphtali coming on board right now.
There we go.
Don't get kicked off we don't want. Yeah.
That's why I only do like 2 seconds and cut it.
Yeah.
Gotta play it safe.
Exactly. All right, looking back on board, let's see what's going on. AD is going to space with Elon Musk.
Nope. I am not, and neither is Elon Musk.
How many know about the small houses, the box houses that Elon Musk is doing right now? Compact houses.
I want to see what those are going to look like, seriously.
I know Elon Musk is doing very small houses, and I've seen a couple of pictures. You can look them up.
At least I like that direction more than where it was going before, so that's cool.
I think everything is going back to a compact type of world. You know what I'm saying? And I guess they're preparing us for something big going to happen. Wonder what that's about. Jimmy be laughing. I don't know. You ask your neighbor. You ask this person. I don't know what that's about. I can't tell you. I know Tiffany Haddish and Aries Spears is on there with a creepy sacrificial baby thing that's going on. Hold on. Yeah,
he didn't.
Sorry, y'all.
We talking about foxes and stuff. He got
he got
he don't get excited.
Oh yeah, my people. Did you see the video?
Yes, I said it was creepy as hell.
Did you see the video?
What video? What you talking about?
You didn't see it? Oh, we got it. It's so creepy. We probably have to put a disclaimer out there and say, yo, this is creepy as hell. It's
What is
Tiffany
it?
Haddish and Aries Spears, the comedian, did a pedo. We might show
gonna
this shit.
call it
Oh no.
No, these are two stars. I don't know what they was under influence. It was just weird, yo. Did you see it?
No.
Now you play it. It's weird as hell.
It's
I don't
I don't
really-
even know what to look for.
I don't get it. All right, go up and just put
Hold
the
on.
original.
Naphtali's calling me. Hold on.
All right.
How did you feel about it when you watched the clips?
I was weird. I don't know. I stopped it halfway through. Shout out to Lady. She told me about it. Shout out to Tam. She told me about it. These are all Virgos. They're all Virgos singing. Lady and Tam are both Virgos.
Okay, shout out to the Virgos. It's
And,
their season.
Priestess too. Virgo. So we shout y'all out.
Yeah,
Did
you get it?
Look, even Coach Kadaka says it's very sad. She's a Virgo.
But we also know that Aries Spears has spoke out on Lizzo about a week ago, and then all of a sudden, so what goes up must come down. Things you do come back around.
I'm glad you said that. Aries Spears talked about Lizzo. Maybe like a couple of days before they that means they've been had this tape. Then they put out the tape, and it looks like they did some type of ritual or they was under some type of influence about a child, and it was just creepy as hell.
Too creepy.
We talked about sacrifices, what they did in the ancient worlds and stuff like that. They wait for great performers to get really big, and then they have a thirst to tear them down. And they like to do it in front of everyone. How many of us remember Britney Spears shaved her head bald-headed? Janet Jackson, they let out her titties. You know what I'm saying? At the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They took out her titties in front of the world. And they wait till the Super Bowl, Justin Timberlake opened her titty. Remember, it fell out in front of the whole
Oh
world.
yeah, with JT, and she just happened to have a pasty right there.
They wanted to do that, but they made it bad. I'm sorry, Janet, but it happened.
Oh, she don't care. She
Look
don't.
at what Whitney. No, she probably do. Look at
They
what
know what they did.
Look what they did to Whitney Houston. Word. Ready? Come on. Yeah, look what they did to Whitney Houston. They made her. They tried to sacrifice. They put her in a bathtub. Clyde Davis. They're gonna get mad at me, but that's what they do. They push you out because the labels, they don't care that everything's a number. Everything's a number to them. They're looking at numbers. They're not looking at the person, individual. They don't even care about the song. You could have just made a song saying, "I'll be a long, long time." Here comes the sun.
Right.
They don't care about none of that. That's the Beatles, by the way. Remember you broke down rock and roll? We started talking about that. They don't care. That's why Michael Jackson said he don't care. They don't care about us.
Right.
Then he made a song and said, "Just leave me alone." It was in a rocket. Flying through a commercial. Flying through the whole thing and had monkeys with him. Because they're trying to make you look stupid, but they made a whole movie called Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
But you get mad at this man saying he ain't about monkeys, and you do movies on monkeys. Hollywood is weird.
Hollywood.
Then they said we started from monkeys. These same people said that we started from monkeys. Evolution. So you get mad if a man walk around with monkeys, but then Tarzan gets to swing
From
through
a
the
tree.
neighborhood like Spider-Man
And
and
holler.
talk.
And holler. Don't forget he's hollering.
Yeah. Jane, I'm going in right now.
It just really.
You going in too?
It's just.
Let's go. Yeah, he named his monkey Bubbles. Chris Brown had a monkey too.
Oh, word?
Yeah, he had a monkey.
For a little bit.
Richard Pryor did too. Remember he said
yeah.
it had sex with him in the air. Yeah, but you get mad at it. You get mad. They are crazy, yo. Well, this is the most disturbing thing in the world.
Yeah, it is.
So they want you to become big, and then they destroy your image after that, and then they destroy the artist after they eat your soul, because it seems like they want to eat it and then put it with the rest of their sick, twisted people.
If you get too big, the bigger you get, the more dangerous you become to them.
Wow.
Yeah, why? Why is that?
Because of your power of influence.
Yep.
Tupac said they don't give a F about us too.
Yeah. Well, he got so big, had so much influence. They're like, God, we don't have the power that Tupac has. So
They start with drugs.
he becomes under attack. Yeah. Michael Jackson had more power than presidents.
Drugs.
Mm-hmm.
He said, Demerol. You ever heard that song? Mm-hmm. Oh, God, he's taking Demerol. He did say it. I'm sorry, y'all. He did. But look up. He said, oh, God, he's taking Demerol. And they gave him Demerol. We'll talk, yo. Prince was running outside a Walmart. What? He did. That's Prince. It's because of the powers that be. Hollywood. It's a big. They create stars. So they create stars. And you say these stars are in heaven, right? Mm-hmm. These stars that they create, because they make you believe in. So you're worshiping in space anyway. Mm-hmm. Create stars, and then even bigger ones, they call them superstars. So those are novas. Wow. Novas are known to explode all over the world. And so what they do is they push out these worlds. It's still cosmic, whatever you believe it or not. We are made up out of stardust.
Mm-hmm. That's where the N word for stir. So gangster is basically gangstar. Mm-hmm. Monster is moonstar. Mm-hmm. Right. So you get the word moonstar with monster. Yeah, everything with stir. Prankster. Anything with a stir at the end is star. Monster.
You be having
gangster. Yeah.
No, but he's opening up doors.
Moonstar.
We're here to open up doors, make you think. Somebody said Donny Hathaway jumped out of a window.
Yeah.
What the hell happened? And you know what I'm saying?
There's just a lot going on.
Yeah, because they'd make you go crazy. Y'all saw Whitney Houston when she came out there and sung for Michael Jackson? If you can't feed your baby. You know, she was, no, for real. You seen it? She was stressed out.
I didn't see that one, but.
Yeah, Michael Jackson was sitting there with Liz Taylor, who was high as hell.
Stop it.
Liz Taylor was high.
Whitney said, I'm so full. I'm so full.
Yeah, Liz Taylor was popping. She had purple eyes. It's the reason why. She was popping pills, yo. She was sitting up there popping pills. And she was sitting, they probably get mad at me. I don't care. She was popping pills with Mike. Her and Mike was high as hell. Mike looked at Whitney come out there. She said, if you can't feed my baby, don't have a baby. She was singing his song. It was on his last tribute. You can pull it up. I don't care. When you can find time, watch that performance. Rick James and Tina Marie came out there looking crazy. This is what they do. Mm-hmm. Why they do that? Liz asked me one time, yo, how come they give us musicians so much drugs? Because the pharmacia, they keep us in a this cat. He getting mad as hell. I love Mojito though. Mojito, you don't keep it
Mojito do not care today.
Huh? Come on up.
Mojito said this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Hey Rue coming up here.
Rasul.
Somebody said star season. All the stars.
Yeah, my name is Hey Rue. I was sick to the street.
Hey Rue.
Are you twisted?
No, man.
You good?
Listen to the ciphers, listen to the build.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, you looking right. Hey, we want to say this. Happy birthday to Rasul. Rasul
Hey.
birthday, man. We enjoyed.
We had a great weekend. Had the gods come through.
Yeah.
We had KP come through.
Uh-huh.
Class. Myeoshe come through. You know what I mean? Dope.
So nice.
Yeah, kind of, sorta. I ain't really get too messed. That one night, we got messed. Like it was like Christmas Eve come. You see, you did that here.
Yeah. Well, it's
You know, you did that here, and it's like, damn. It's like the next day was my birthday, so I was like, kind of like, I was messed up. I was like, dang, I was fucked up. Woke up, was like, I was a little, even though I was fronting, but I had a little hangover. I was, because you remember that night? I was,
you were pretty messed up. You was pretty
yeah.
messed up.
Shout out to David Flores. It was all of us. You know what I mean? We went out to the Southern Tide. Priest trying to reminisce. Look, you remember?
I was there.
Yeah, he was.
I was there.
Priest was there.
I was
Yeah.
there. It was wild because we did it like how we did mine on the 25th.
Exactly.
When you wake up, you think that was just last night, but it just started.
It was just started. So the next day, I kind of had to get it together.
Well, you was trying to walk with your legs crossed. Hard to do.
I was trying to get it together.
To kill it. It's hard to do.
And then we did we had like a little party get together. So it was dope. So
We need that, y'all, because going through, you turned on my mic? Going through so much.
Gotta get a little closer to it though. If you
1 2 1 2.
bring up the mic a little more, like.
Peace.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh my
That was
God.
quick. No, he is. You ain't got to. AD, remember last time you picked him up when he was in the middle of his rage?
yeah.
you just throw him over there.
I just put him over here. Yeah.
I would love to do
That
that.
was the
I would
greatest.
love to do that. Throw him over there. I can't do that. though.
Can't do that to Mojito. Hey, yo, first of all, Sue, you can't even pick up Mojito, especially when he's in his rage.
Yeah.
When he goes crazy,
Nobody can.
Yeah, when he starts going, Mojito got this part where he starts to flip out. You saw
Yeah.
it. Everybody got the story. Remember, I got it on film. We're going to show that one day. Mojito swinging at C1s.
Yeah.
Past C1s, he was like,
Yeah, man. So
all right.
Oh yes.
We got a super chat.
Shout out to Fila B. Says, KP and AD, have you seen the show? What's that? Archaics?
Archaics with Jason.
He
He explains
explained
the giants.
that once ruled under the ultraviolet light canopy before the sun.
I have not, but I'll look it up.
That brings about Queen Neptali.
Yeah,
she
she's
going
here
to build on this stuff.
She's here on standby.
We should have waited for that one.
Mm-hmm. Can come back.
Peace to AD, Killah Priest, a.k.a. Brother Glow. I am glowing today. And also the lovely Myeoshe.
Myeoshe.
I'm sorry. Myeoshe. When you read it fast, though, you got to say my.
No, the Y. My mama said the Y was silent. Okay, it's Myeoshe.
Oh, the P is silent in my name, too.
Priest.
Right, so funny.
It's silent. I spell. Well, a lot of people, Black 6, you ever see this? He spells it with a 6.
You did.
All right, go ahead. It says, AD, I send you an email for a song at the end of the show.
Not bad.
Shout out to Danny.
All right, back to. Okay, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And back to that question because we got Queen Naphtali. She seemed like she was really ready to go in. Now, I see we talk about the Dogons and the Nomos and all these celestial these they told these stories, magnificent stories. The Bible just talks about the 24 elders. Who were they?
Yeah, introduce her.
Who were they? Huh? Oh, 24. And there was other creatures he sat by. He said that there was a throne. It's a whole city. It was like a big sea with crystal glass. Revelation is crazy enough.
Oh man.
There's a seat with crystal glass with water flowing through it, and then the people, he calls them his friends. Their name is Beast, and they talk to the 24. This is all a bunch of stuff. Well, we got somebody that's going. I feel personally that can open up these doors every time we should get started. We're just like, oh man,
Let's go. Bring the queen in.
all right, okay. Without further ado, you ready to get it in? Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the Podcraft once again. We're about to open up some doors. She's about to go in. Is none other. Magnificent speaker, magnificent teacher. Queen. You say that right. Queen Neptali. Peace. Shalom.
Shalom, most high
Blessings,
blessed.
blessings.
Shalom, everybody. Thanks so much for having me on. I'm so excited tonight. What's going on, guys?
All right.
Hey, Queen.
Hey, I love your name. You said it was Myeoshe?
Peace.
Yes, thank you so much, sister. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And shalom, Rasul. How are you doing
Yeah,
tonight?
doing good, doing good. Naphtali in the house.
All right.
Naphtali. Yes, that's me, the queen of controversy. I like to coin that.
I love
Queen
it.
of controversy. I speak on things that not so many people find, I guess, it's a little it's a little different, untraditional. How about that?
And you've been going, I love that, the queen of controversy. You've been going through a lot of controversy, and a lot of people been on you. I know you have because you talk about, like you said, you talk about these things that normal cats just don't have these conversations, especially coming from a woman.
Oh.
I said that right. I tried to get my PD, what's the name on?
Your Doja Cat?
Woman.
It's a warm
Woman.
man. 'Cause
Nah,
Yeah, let me be a woman.
Man. There you go. Woman.
It was my man. Amazing.
Amazing.
Woman.
Naphtali.
Don't you believe that, priest? And woman. That's beautiful, man.
Hebrew name, Naphtali.
Yes, Neptali. It means
struggling, wrestling, the wrestling,
Yes.
struggling
it
one.
means
to
West.
wrestle. And
The
when I got that name, I didn't realize what I was getting myself into with that name, because I have been doing a lot of wrestling and it's been a struggle. So I guess the name goes with me perfectly.
I love it. I love it.
I like that name. You know why? It's
Why?
more of like a. Sometimes feminine words can become masculine. So it's like it's a masculine Hebrew name, but you use it as a I like that.
Yeah, definitely. It's a masculine name. And, people go like, why that name? Or why do you think that you as a woman can have a patriarchal name first and not a feminine name? And like I said, I didn't realize what I was getting myself into, because I see a lot of women with these names. I'm like, oh, that is such a pretty name. Why didn't I get that name? But I think this name suits me perfectly well, considering the amount of wrestling and the struggle and all that stuff that I have to deal with. It's like, it's real out here. So
Right.
I think it fits me.
I love it.
Well, they say sometimes you take on the attribute and it kind of like engulfs you, which with the identity and the energy that comes with it. Like Old Dirty Bastard, he had a lot of crazy stuff that coming with that. It got real dirty. You know what I'm saying? Then he's called himself Osiris. So
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
yeah, I'm the Osiris of this. Crazy. Well, I think you can handle it. I mean, it's very beautiful. I mean, I love every time you build, and I know we in for a treat today. So I'm man, the floor, the craft room is yours. It's yours.
Nice.
Yes.
All right, guys. So shalom, guys. My name is Queen Neptali. I'm the queen of controversy. That's me. And tonight I want to talk to you guys about some things that are, a bit controversial, but I think it's pretty interesting because even though I do take the biblical narrative, I do, take the biblical narrative, I also go into many different aspects of history and different, I guess what you would call mythologies or legends or tales or however you want to classify them, to actually say that there is a foundation, that things are, if there's so many different, I guess, evidence, to suggest that we are not alone, okay? And I believe that the biblical narrative is the first point of truth, and then everything else corresponds with that, if you understand what I mean. So I'm gonna share my screen and let's get into it. So let me get started, and let me do that. 1 second. Yep, that's it. And let me pull it up from the beginning. All right. So the title of my presentation is Do They Walk Among Us? Okay, so you guys probably already know I'm going into the archons, the Anunnaki. Yes, I talk about that. And are we alone? And this term is nothing that I came up with. This is from Ike. He talks a lot about the reptilians. So, but I'm going to start off with I like to start off with, do they walk among us? And I believe that they do. From a historical context, there has been 10 alien races that have been in contact with the Earth. Okay, and this is according to different people, different civilizations. So the first one is the Nomos, right? And that's the one that I'm going to talk about right now. And they go with the Dogon, right? So we have these Dogon, and these people are considered to be a primitive people, correct? And so there is this ancient astronaut theory and the Dogon tribe. So the Dogon people lived on the Bandiagra Plateau in Africa from about the year 200 BCE. This is what they say. This is reportedly the same place as what is known as Mali, Africa. Now they say, according to Dogon legend, the Nomos aliens lived on a planet that orbits another star in the Sirius system. They say apparently they landed on Earth in an arc that made a spinning descent to the ground with great noise and wind. Okay, so this is the tale that the Dogon tell. Now they say that these people were these beings. Let me move this over here. They said they were friendly in nature. They shared some of their wisdom with the ancestors of the Dogon. At this point, we should mention that the Dogon possessed no astronomical instruments with which to study the night sky. And so these people are considered to be what we would classify as primitive. And they had no astronomical instruments to study anything in the sky except their eyes, right? But despite this inconvenience, their legends mention that the Nomo came down from a planet that orbits one of the two stars in the Sirius star system. Now, it says it would have been impossible for them to reach this conclusion just by studying the star with the naked eye. In fact, astronomers only discovered Sirius' smaller companion star a good 250 years after the telescope was invented. So, and this is what I find very interesting about these, the Dogon. And this is something that, even though they want to classify people as pseudo, a lot of these scientists, how did they know about the Sirius star system before 200, before the astronomers? How did they get this intelligence? How did they get this information? And they talk about these beings coming down and providing knowledge, right? So they say every 50 years. Yeah. If you want to say anything, you guys can definitely build with me and chime in. This doesn't have to just be me. We can build.
No, I do ask that question. It's been in my head for a long time.
And for the naysayers, or for the people that want to, laugh or say somebody's pseudo or say that somebody's reaching, it's like, well, then how did they have the information? They say every 50 years, the Dogon celebrate the passing of a Sirius cycle, a tradition they keep in honor of the Nomo. That is exactly the time it takes for Sirius B to complete an orbit around its larger, more well companion. Is that a coincidence?
Right. But you know what? Let me just add on to what you're saying, and I'm gonna let you. When people be starting to laugh and they never went through some of the records themselves or saw any records of their scientific proof or pry through any data, but just take the word of their teacher or whatever who's telling them that. It's kind of funny that you can laugh at someone who's doing some research, but if you have not done any research yourself, why laugh at a person when you probably can learn something from a person when you actually take a person's word who did a book and told you anything if you have not went through it yourself? Eat that.
Exactly, and I agree with that. Let's keep going. All right, so throughout history, oops, I messed up. Let me do that again. So throughout history, let me move that here. Many civilizations were fascinated with the Sirius dog star. This bright celestial object occupies an elevated status in various mythologies, but none paint a more intriguing picture than the Dogon tribe of West Africa. And they say the rich culture of the Dogon people spans back more than 5,000 years, and one of their ancient legends tells the story of a race of otherworldly beings called the Nomo, right? Now they say, according to the legend, these advanced individuals visited the earth eons ago, descending from the sky in a vessel accompanied by fire and thunder. And again, this is the Sirius star system. So they said the Nomo aliens are described as looking like amphibious beings that resemble mermen and mermaids. Is this where we get the mermaids and the mermen? Is this where we get that from? Because we have these mystical beings, right? And they're half man and half fish. So is it interesting that the Nomos, these people that are said to have come and visited the Dogon, they look like mermaids? And they said there is speculation that they evolved into or were genetically engineered into being. One might also speculate the Nomos' new creation survived the biblical flood. Now, this is something that I'm mentioning because this goes into the fallen angels. Now, they say that, hey, if these people existed before the flood, this is exactly probably why they still exist, because they would have survived the flood, meaning because they're, they can swim, they're fish. They're more like fish, so they're able to, be able to survive within a flood. They wouldn't be destroyed. How about that? Right. So they say because of their amphibious nature, it appears as if their theory of man evolving from fish. Now, there's also this theory that man came out of the waters, right? And they evolved from fish and then turned into men. So they say it appears as if this theory of man evolving from fish is more or less correct, but only race specified due to genetic engineering by the alien Nomos. Now, these are all theories, of course. They said only fish-like creatures would have survived the flood from the wrath from God and relate in the Bible the fallen angels or Nephilim. The Nomos aliens were banished to earth and interbred with the daughters of men. So this is just a theory that they're saying that if there were a fallen angel group, the Nomos would be a great representation because, to be able to survive the flood and to provide knowledge and information to the Dogon, then being a merman or a mermaid type of species would definitely benefit, correct? So, and then we look on the walls of the Sumerians, and we look at the walls, we see that they were fish. They had like these fish-like bodies on the walls of the Sumerians with their gods, correct? So
that's always trippy.
So this, so we're gonna try to put some things together here today. So it actually, it's going hand in hand that, hey, maybe some fish gods then came down and visited, or some kind of species that look kind of, fish-like.
And we must we must take account that this is not your words. This is what's there. This is what they said. We had nothing to do with this. Yeah, it's not my words. This is what they said in their books. Yeah. Yes,
this is according to the Dogon people, guys. This is not from me. This is what their account is. And how did they get that information about the Sirius star system? That's something that people, people want to sit there and they may want to critique and they may want to, say some things, but they still have to give us the explanation as to how the Dogon received the knowledge that they have. Okay.
Yes.
And so we have, and I'm going to probably keep repeating that throughout this lesson today because people are going to continue.
Well, I say that, we should go into what the word nomo or numo, what the pronunciation of the word in their language, and the Dogon tribe come from Mali,
You said that already,
right? But you gotta understand, when you say nomo, it means ancestral spirits, and it also refers to, like they say, like sometimes it could refer to like a hermaphroditic spirit of the man and woman spirit. You know what I'm saying? When you really do the research on the word. Now, I think that's really like, it's a symbolic form of like creation from their tribe. You got to get that meaning from them. I don't particularly think they really gave the meaning out. Really, I think people just interpreted it along the line and just wrote books about it. You know what I'm saying?
Could one of the gods be Yemaya? I know she's the queen of the sea. Could one of the gods be Yemaya? Is she frozen?
Oh, I'm just listening. Yes, definitely. One of the gods definitely could be. I believe that, I believe in stories without borders. I believe that everything all connects simultaneously. So yeah, if she has a different name here, it's pretty much the same God. It's just the fact is that, you know, it's where they worship her and how they call upon her.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So most definitely. But you know, only thing I'm doing here tonight, guys, is I'm just showcasing that there's many different civilizations that speak on being visited and being provided with knowledge and information. Okay, being provided with knowledge and information, and these in all types of civilizations, and we're going to touch on many different ones, and you know, conspiracy theories, and just have some fun tonight and just talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Hey, that's what we're here for. Let's go.
All right. So again, I had touched on the theory of evolution a little bit. So as the theory of evolution goes, it says at one time the first cell developed into amoeba-like organism, right? And they said, and other primitive creatures that could have survived in the ocean. They said after millions of years, these creatures evolved into fish. Now, some of these fish developed lungs so that they could survive outside the waters. Gradually, they began to make their way on to land in the first amphibians. These amphibians then evolved into reptiles, and Earth soon became populated with great dinosaurs. So this is just some information background about the theory of evolution, right? Coming out of the waters. Now, they said, now one can speculate here. Now, this is just a theory that I came across and I thought it was pretty interesting. But they said one can speculate here that the theory of evolution is actually a cover-up of a genetically altered being that were eventually fine-tuned to look like human beings. Sounds like the Nomos were hard at work. And as it has been said before, the place to cover up something. So they're trying to say that the Nomos were actually a cover-up for this whole evolution theory, because what they're saying is these fish-like beings came out of the water and started to evolve into what we see as humans today. How would you guys feel about something like that? Isn't that pretty interesting?
Yeah, I heard the story. I heard that story since I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah, heard the same story.
Well, yeah,
And,
you know.
and evolution, they told that story. And then also they said that there were dinosaurs. They had bones and dinosaurs and raptors and things of that nature. And they said a lot of things. And they've created a lot of books of, of a lot of these creatures.
Well, you know, it's kind of, you know, when you speak about the beginnings of life, right? It started in the waters. And if you read the Torah, and if you read the Bible or whatever, they tell you, not whatever, but let's keep it real. They speak about the primordial waters first. That could be the waters. Don't look at it like, oh, it's the water of the Atlantic or the Pacific. They're really talking about the beginnings, or maybe like the waters of the first beginnings of this planet, right? You know,
Right.
like yeah, what was here before? You know what I'm saying? Before it was called Earth, right? So
Right.
so yeah. Especially like DNA, with deoxyribonucleic acid. You know what I'm saying? Those different forms of elements. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. I'm hearing you.
Was
I'm
created.
just,
That was created. So when those you know, ancestral stories of so-called, you know, the Fishman or Dogon, or the Nomos, the Enneads, or the reptilian species being, you know, the beginning parts, right, of you know, sentient life is very much so. Like we have the bones of dinosaurs. They say that they're not really, you know, the whole thing is not. That's bull crap.
Yeah, I agree.
But we have the patterns of what happened because it's logged inside of the core of the earth, right?
Right.
So yeah, you know, we got Dogon, the Fishman, the whole concept of emerging from the beginnings of life here on this planet, you know, organic molecules, you know what I'm saying? Being born inside the waters, yeah. Yeah, that's real.
Yeah, so they're saying that one can speculate here that the theory of evolution is, you know, pretty much like a cover-up. They said the theory of evolution has been taught in public schools for decades. But they said one can speculate that this is exactly what the Nomos wanted. So, you know, there's a lot of conspiracy theories, but you really can't rule out everything because there's truth in all things. So that's how I see it. But let's just keep going, right?
Well,
So again,
these
I'm
things
just-
was taught way back by Dr. York. And a lot of people,
wow.
a lot of people talk about these things back in the days. They would talk about these beings, and it started with, you had cats like Zachariah Sitchin. You had a lot of guys. Yeah, Zachariah Sitchin. And these guys went out there, and I guess they seen this, and they had these what you call it? These premonitions, or
Right.
they broke it down the way they was talking about what the stories they were talking about. Dr. York had took it, and he taught a whole bunch of people about these beings, UFOs back then.
Really, I'm not familiar with Dr. York, but what I do understand.
He had a following.
Yeah.
He actually said he was inky, that he beamed down from the heavens, and yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, it went there. We're gonna go.
Well,
there. I mean, well, Charles.
No. Go ahead.
Charles,
Go ahead, Priest.
Yeah, no. We had a couple of cats that said that they were, what's the Charles Manson said he was the sixth Beatle, and that they didn't put him down.
He said he was the sixth Beatle.
The sixth Beatle. He said he was part of the Beatles. He was put in the crazy house. A lot of people put in the psych ward and stuff like that. But Doc really said he called himself Melchizedek. Like he said he was one of these beings. So we know that these beings were out there. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, these beings were
but he
definitely
actually said
out
he was
there.
one.
You ain't never read the Holy Tablets before?
Well, let's just say that I've heard of him, and I heard of his information. I'm not going to sit there.
Yeah,
and say that
I'm just saying, like,
but I never studied it. I never studied it like
you
that.
should
no,
check. You should check Zechariah Sitchin's books out.
Oh yeah, I know about Zachariah Sitchin.
No,
but
read
not,
Doc's books though. Go and read Doc's.
We gotta listen to see what she got.
All right, well, all right.
Give her a second. I just was putting it out.
Well,
there.
and you know what? The interesting thing is that without me even reading his information, and I don't know too much about the guy, but without me reading his information, like I said, I take the biblical narrative, and then I look at
He did too.
all the different. Yeah. Oh, did he?
Yeah.
He said he was Gabriel. He said he was Gabriel.
Well.
Okay, but he sounded like he's manifesting himself
He said
Melchizedek,
Malik according to him.
Well, don't say that.
Malik
He was one of his prime followers.
Well, I used to be. Yeah, he used to be.
He was. Well, you actually believe that he beamed up from the that he was returned from Planet Risk at one point, right?
No,
Tell
I
the
don't
truth.
know.
Rasul, I gotta invite you on to talk about this. I gotta invite you guys.
Yeah, might as well open up because this is what he told a whole bunch of people. He even told Erykah Badu.
Well, yeah, we could told Erykah Badu, all that, right?
Well, he actually believed that he was from Risk, right?
Indeed, he definitely.
Did you see him witness him float or any?
See, why you asking me that, yo?
Because
I never seen none of that, yo.
All right, you never seen him float,
those
but you
people-
believe he was from
those
Risk at
people-
one point. Yes or no?
No, I mean I don't
never
know.
thought-
I just read
You
it.
can't say you don't know if you was following this man.
Yeah, you had to
That don't
believe
mean that don't
something.
mean that I actually believed I was going to go to Risk.
But you believe that in his lessons he said he was from the planet Risk.
That's what he said.
We got to find out where Risk at. But he
I
said
know where
that.
it's at.
Where's
I know
it at?
where it's at.
Where's
He
it
said
at?
it's in the 19th galaxy.
And he said he came from there, right?
That's what he said.
So how many
believe
galaxies
them.
is
Do I
there?
believe it?
Yeah. Did you
No, I don't
believe him
believe.
back
I didn't
then?
believe that.
Well, you was dressed up in his garbs,
Yeah, well, we
and you taught.
that
what he
was
taught.
like that don't mean that we believed it, but it's not like I don't know. I always had
Just say
different.
yes, bro. You can grow
No,
up.
It's
no,
okay to
I
say you
never-
believed it
I
and
I
you
didn't
woke
believe it.
up.
I didn't believe.
Well, I know a couple of
Particularly
Nuwaubians
not.
who did believe.
Yeah,
he
they
was-
believed they
and
wanted to
still-
go there.
So how
But
was
I
you a
was
Nuwaubian
always-
and didn't believe that he was
Well,
from Risk?
we was there to support. I
Support
don't.
who?
I always had speculation about that, yo.
Hold up, stop the thing. Let me get a scratch.
Come on, man. Don't put me.
Sorry,
Come
Queen.
on.
I know, but it's the truth.
No, I'm learning.
This
I'm
is
not
not
gonna
about-
lie.
This is good.
I
This
don't
is
know
not
too
about.
much
This is
about
not
it.
Naphtali, yo.
No.
Naphtali is
It is. But that time
about.
we have to clear up some UFO
But we gotta
stuff.
help people.
Well, no, you brought that up.
Yeah. Well,
Here's one. I mean, I don't believe that was Zechariah. I mean, Zechariah Sitchin had a good point. That don't mean I have to
But
believe what he's saying.
Dr. York said that he was from the 13th
Not all of us.
galaxy.
I don't think all of us believe that. That
No,
was a
that's
part of it.
No, you did believe that.
No, I didn't believe
Come
that.
on, Soul.
No.
You
No,
never
I didn't.
believed that, Doc. So why did you
When he would
follow
talk
him?
about that, well, I mean, he had.
Why did you teach his word?
We taught a lot of stuff. I
No,
mean, he
why-
was a Christian. He was a Muslim. He was a.
You
Come
didn't
on,
listen
yo.
to
This
the
ain't about
question.
Dr. York, yo.
No, it is because
But
we're
we
talking about
brought it
aliens.
up.
No, it's about Naphtali, man. Like,
No,
y'all
that's how
asking
it's going to
questions.
finish. We could ask these questions.
And you
We
saying,
could look
I
at-
mean, well, a lot of people, man, you could ask a lot of motherfuckers that, but it ain't. It ain't
Can't
about
be
that,
cur-
yo.
Listen, bro. Let's just keep it in perspective.
Okay.
He did teach of alien
That's what he
beings,
taught.
but he
Yeah.
said he was actually from Risk.
That's
Okay.
what he taught, but I don't think all of us believe that. No.
You didn't believe he was from Risk.
No. I
So
didn't.
where you thought he was from?
Yeah, where he said he, I mean, I just come on, man. Come on. Come on.
You believe he was from
Come
Risk?
on, yo.
Hey,
Whatever.
listen, it's okay, bro. We
What if
good.
somebody asked you, do you believe everything you saying?
What? That don't make sense. What are you
Oh
talking
yeah,
about?
that does make sense because there's a lot of weirdos that you know have a certain notion about who they listen to and watch. I mean, it's all a part of the, you know, if you what you listening to and reading all the time. So,
Yeah, but listen, when you're a part of something, right, and a person
do you believe in the
teaches something-
Israelites?
I don't believe in the Israelites.
I mean, do you believe in the
Hold on,
Bible?
don't ask it. All right, you got to answer my questions before you ask one.
No, I just
Hold on,
I
you
just
gotta-
answered
I
it. No,
will-
I didn't believe. I didn't believe he was from another planet. No, I didn't believe that. No.
He said
And
he
if you
didn't
want to
believe-
ask
I
me,
know
well,
Rasul.
why didn't
I know Rasul.
Why
Rasul.
didn't you?
You didn't-
No, you didn't. No, you don't know what I think inside
We're not
of
gonna
myself.
make this a personal thing, but
Yeah, don't
I
make it
don't believe
personal,
in
but
the
I don't
Israelites. Hold on,
believe.
I don't believe. I'm
All
gonna
right,
answer my
yeah.
question. I don't believe in the Israelites. I never believe in the Israelites.
You don't believe-
because Israelite.
All right.
No, I'm gonna be
Okay.
honest with you because I'm cool. I'm comfortable with myself. I don't have to sit up here in front and look
Okay.
at this for them.
No,
because
looking
I
at
know the answer. Because a lot of Dr. York, because you wouldn't follow nobody who you didn't understand what he was talking about.
That's not particularly true because I say this as a Nuwaubian, and when I came in there,
What
I
does
think
Nuwaubian
that
mean?
all of us. Let me answer what question before I answer that. I say that anybody who was a part of Dr. York's organizations before he changed the names over many a times. All of us kind of didn't really agree with everything. There was people that was in there. There was Ansars. There was a part of the various organizations. So no, not all of us look like, yeah, Tahuti probably believed he was a deity.
Talk about that Tahuti, bro.
It does go into that because some people believe that the nigga could levitate and transform. No, I never looked at him like that. So
When we
you gotta
talk
add a
about
lot of-
aliens and black people, we
All
gotta
right,
talk
yeah.
about Dr. York. Because
No,
he
I
was-
I didn't look at it like he was the commander of the mothership. No, I didn't
Should we
look at
play
none of that.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't
So
have to
there
look
we
at
go.
that. No,
So
not
we go.
me.
But
Not
we
all
could-
of us had the same. We didn't all have the same beliefs.
The Lost Children of Babylon.
Yeah, what's wrong with
Maybe a
that?
group.
We
Yeah, I
got
was
that out
talking
of the
about-
Bible.
Yeah, but that's talked about the Enuma Elish, which
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about beings.
Yeah,
And then you was-
we
and-
talk.
and
We
were-
was reading Zechariah Sitchin's books too, bro.
Exactly.
Okay.
But so Zachariah Stitcher believed in the aliens. He believed
talked about
in the
that, yeah.
Anunnakis.
Yeah,
So I'm just getting a
we
pro-
put all that in the.
But you
how the
also you saying-
hell? Yeah, but we didn't believe Dr. York.
You didn't believe Dr. York?
I didn't believe all that stuff. No, I'm saying that right now. No, man, I didn't believe everything he was saying. No, I don't think a lot of us was.
Okay.
You know,
All right.
some of them probably. I didn't know. Not me.
Okay.
But we still.
So you
we
was just
still.
down with him. You just was down with him. Just
Well,
because
it
you
was
wrong.
also. I mean, he was teaching all kinds of shit.
Why you
so-
curse? I mean, bro, listen.
So,
it seems
I'm not
like
saying-
you can talk without having to curse and stuff. We could be
Okay,
having a
yo,
dialogue.
well, yeah, he taught all kinds of stuff. I don't. All of us didn't have. See, you had to be there.
I was there.
No,
I
I'm
wasn't
talking
in
about
the school, but I know what
All
he
right, so
talked
you
about.
wasn't on the land. You didn't know.
Listen, I know Nuwaubians, and I know you. You believe
Yeah, all
in
right.
Dr. York.
No. We didn't. Not
You
all of
told
us
me
had.
you
to-
did.
No, we represented the organization,
Black
bro.
aliens.
Not all of us believed in all of the crazy stuff that he would talk about, yo. No, not all of us. It was pretty deep, some of the stuff he said, but not all of us had the same ideology.
Okay,
and that's
so
true.
Dr. York got his information from Zachariah Stitchin. We good on that?
He got a lot of it from a lot of places.
And Zachariah
Can we not
Stitchin
make
was
this about Dr. York and Naphtali?
But
Come on,
listen,
yo. You tryna,
Naphtali
like,
is
make
talking
this
about aliens. But well, listen, if Naphtali is talking
put it
and you
about
cut in,
that.
listen, I'm building it and adding the dialogue, like how she was building, you add a dialogue. When we talking about black aliens,
Okay.
this man that you followed said he was the number one alien, that he came here to teach black people and lead us back to planet Risk. This is out there. He got children out there right now, and this is what he used to teach.
All right. Well,
he said also
well,
he said he used to levitate.
All right.
people.
All right. Well, why, ask
I'm being
ask
real.
Tahuti, yo.
I'm being real.
Ask
I asked
Tahuti when he
Tahuti.
come on here. He said, yeah. Why don't you ask him?
I asked him.
Because he said he actually did it. So ask him. He believes that shit. I'm not the one that believes that shit. No, I don't believe.
He levitated.
I don't believe I don't believe Dr. York levitated and none of that. So let's not make it into a spectacle. But let's keep it real. If like you talking about this stuff, if Dr. York is right, have Tahuti come on the show and prove that Dr. York is from another planet and he levitated. Because that's the guy you need to ask, because he's the guy that believes that stuff.
Okay.
We don't believe that.
All right, let's let Queen continue to build.
Problem solved. Everybody want to see Tahuti come back anyway. That should be the main question. Hey, can Dr. York levitate Tahuti? And he said on the show, yeah, I seen him levitate. So ask them weirdos that, not me.
All right.
Okay.
We're gonna take it off
Bottom
of you
line.
now.
Yeah,
We're gonna
take it off and
We're gonna
add it
take
on,
off of
you know what I mean? 'Cause-
so don't add on if you got something to say. If you got something to say.
Yeah, but that's not
Because when I talk about
information.
Black aliens, she's talking about aliens.
All right,
now.
W, don't just put it all on Dr. York though. A lot of people talk
I got
about
to,
that.
bro. I got to.
Yo, you got what's
Got
the
Dr.
guy?
York
What's the guy?
Said
Are
that
you
he
giving
was
him
from
props?
Planet Risk.
Yeah, you make it into a funny thing, but
It's
what's the
the
nigga
truth.
name? What's the guy who came on the
Chuck
show?
Wilson? I mean Chuck Morgan. He came
No,
on
no.
and he said it.
No, he disproved Dr. York.
He said that.
Yeah,
Dr.
that's
York
what he
was a
said.
being from another planet.
Yeah,
Sorry,
all right.
y'all, if y'all not catching on to this. This is off the hook, because we had someone who said it was from Planet Risk, and this is in the 19th galaxy that came down here to teach us. But I was just adding on to say, if she's saying what's
You
right,
opening up a can of worms, because now you're gonna make it into a spectacle. You're gonna get Uncle on here, and they're gonna come on here and they're gonna destroy him. So destroy Dr. York. So it's kind of like,
he's already destroyed. He's
he's in jail, but
I'm not worried about that.
what
I want him to come.
Naphtali is talking about, that's not Dr. York's information, because Zechariah and other authors wrote books about that stuff before Dr. York.
Yeah, but Dr. York was black. And
All
said
right,
that he was, but
that's really putting Dr. York on the spot again.
Hold on, bro.
You know what I mean?
Doctor, let's get this right, because you don't know. I'm gonna bring this back home, Neptali, for you.
Yeah.
He was a leader of a group called the Nuwaubians, and he talked about the Sumerians. It's the only problem with him is he said that he actually was the actually deities that came here to teach. Usually that happens when you're a part of a cult, you know what I'm saying? And he actually said it. Now I'm relating it to what you're saying, because you're talking about these beings that actually I heard myself as back in the days of Dr. York, when he said he was one of those people. And so I'm just putting it to perspective, because when you start talking about these beings, I thought you were familiar with these beings. I thought so.
What you talking
when
about?
you came in, listen what I'm saying, and it's going to be real clear. I said when you came in to add on, I said I thought that you was very familiar with these species and these beings, because your old leader, your ex-leader, am I good with that? Your
Yeah,
ex-leader
well,
spoke on these things.
Yeah, he spoke on it, but a lot of other people spoke on that stuff, yo. And everybody
I'm not
knows
talking
that.
about that. I'm talking about
Yeah,
Dr. York.
Yeah, Dr. York spoke about it, but he's not the only one that spoke about that stuff. In fact,
I'm not
Zechariah Sitchin, yo, I understand that, but what I'm trying to tell you is he can't be credited for that information just because he's black.
But you joined his group.
That I joined it. A lot of us did, because we read those books.
How you gonna be saying?
Listen, a lot of people in Dr. York, listen to me, let me say this. A lot of people that was in Dr. York's organization used to bring Dr. York books and say, yo, look at what Zechariah Sitchin's talking about. Look at Zechariah Sitchin wrote all those books about Nibiru and all that. Dr. York wasn't really talking about that.
I wish
back
Dr. York
in
would
the
listen.
Come on, yo.
Because y'all
It's
front
all
on
out
Dr.
there.
York now. But before, when Dr. York was rolling, y'all wasn't treating that man like that. Like he just got these. Y'all
right,
said
well-
it was down
well-
from the heavens.
Well, I was about to tell her if she had the holy tablets, she would read that and know what would happen. Everybody would come to Naphtali and say, "Hey, yo, this is where Dr. York got that from," and he did.
What, the holy tablets?
The holy tablet got it from Zechariah Sitchin's writings. But Zechariah Sitchin was the first one to say, yo, it came from the Atrahasis,
But he
the
didn't say
Enuma Elish, and different things like that.
I
Then
got
Dr. York
I got you. I
made
talked
himself a part of the story.
Okay, there you go. That's what I was.
That's what I'm saying.
That's where I was at. So when I'm
There
talking,
you go.
When I talk about black aliens, right? When I'm talking about aliens and beings, that's why I came in, because you would, if Tahuti was here, like you said, I would ask Tahuti a question about these familiar beings.
Yeah, but see,
Being
you know
from the
what though?
Bible-
You know what though? Here's the thing. I don't know if you would ask him if I don't know how he would respond. I don't even know.
Don't
Really,
matter.
we really, you know.
It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
Well,
You
hold
can't
on, though.
speak
Hold
for
on,
that
hold on,
man.
hold on. Yeah, but everybody would laugh. All of us would
Why are you
laugh.
always worried about laughing?
Yo,
listen,
come on,
bro.
come on.
No.
Here's
You
the
chill,
thing.
man. Because you
Do
talk
you
about
believe
laughing.
Dr. York levitated, bruh? Do you believe that man seen Dr. York levitate?
Who? Yeah, well.
Do you
that's what he
believe that?
said. No, listen. He said he saw that. But I'm not going to throw him on the bus because he told me and AD that.
Come on, man. Like,
Yeah.
yo, everybody, all of us
First of all,
knows
Sul
Dr.
up there
York,
telling this
Dr.
man
York,
business. He
man.
didn't want that
that's
out there
that's first of all, everybody knows who used to follow Dr. York. We know that that's all jargon and it never happened. And then really, I'm not here to be sitting up here
so it's
taking up.
fake.
I'm not here to, because is a joke. All them, if they see this show right now, they know that that everything I'm talking about, that's all cap that they put out there.
Well, it
We
seems
know
like y'all
damn
trying to-
well that Dr. York never did no damn levitation because he can't levitate out the fucking cell
Okay, that's enough.
at the end of the day.
Yo, chill out, bro.
Yeah, because he can't levitate.
Chill out, Sul,
It's been like
because
10
Dr. York,
Yeah,
man, come
because
on.
you, first of all, you get too emotional.
Well, you
And
asking me about
because
you
of
asking me
actual
about it. You
stories.
asking me about Dr. York, and I'm just trying to tell everybody that I'm just being honest with y'all. You know, when it comes down, oh, did he levitate and different things? Is he this? And you gonna ask me? I'm a Nuwaubi, and I'm gonna give you the science. Ex-Nuwaubi, no, it is not. He's not all mystical like that. You could look at him like that, fine. But we all know that's where he got this information from. He's not the leader of all information, is basically what I'm saying.
I don't think that Dr. York is the leader.
All right. So when I said that to Naphtali, yo, yeah, Dr. York wrote the Holy Tablets, yo, but he got it from this. And he used the Bible to interpret a lot of this stuff.
Hold on. Let me say something.
You just asked me that.
Well, watch this. But now
You asked me about Dr. York.
Hold on. Because you added on when Neptali was speaking. She's here
I
to
just
teach.
added on a small thing, yo.
Listen,
All I
don't
did.
try
All I
to
said- all
ball
I
it up
did-
now.
Come on, man.
Neptali is the guest. She's here to teach, and
Then
this
why
the
don't we
problem
talk
with.
about, that's why I didn't want to talk about Dr.
Well,
York.
you
You wanted
open
me
your
to
mouth.
ask. You wanted me to ask about levitation. I don't care about that, yo.
Because you know why? Because when someone's on the show and they come in as a guest and they start talking and you start adding on and you start building and you know the foundation where you get your stuff from, I want to talk about, okay, so let us know about where that
All right,
information
well,
comes
yeah,
from.
yeah, well-
She's going to let you know where she get her sources from.
Well,
and that's what I'm saying.
All right, that's
why
what I'm
she's
saying.
the
So I'm
guest.
saying about okay, fine. So when you put in Dr. York, I'm going to let her know, yo, Dr. York got it from these sources, and he's not
you, though.
And I just told you that, yo,
Okay.
Dr. York got all this stuff from other people.
Look how you keep reading.
I'm not going to
Okay,
take.
we're
I'm not
gonna-
going to take
we're
up.
gonna
I'm not
let-
taking up for Dr. York yo,
Okay,
on the
so-
show because I'm an ex-new. I don't
Okay, so-
follow that no more.
Okay, we're gonna let her talk. Let her go back to building.
I'm gonna give you where it come from though.
Okay, let her
I
talk.
asked.
Let's
Yeah, well,
get back
yeah.
to our guest.
Asked.
Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry, Neptali, but we had to get this. When we start talking about aliens and
some
stuff like
water.
that, it gets real deep, especially on this show. It gets a little controversial because we have actual people who said that they were actually from certain planets, and we have heard these things for a very long time, years ago. So what you're doing, and this is all stem from Zachariah Stitch, and we had Josh on here, who's a very you know Josh, Sumer, and but we're talking about the spiritual beings that's on the wall. You know what I'm saying? And you're breaking that down. When you start breaking that down, And especially on this show, we know people who talked about it and they did things like that. So when we add on to it, I was just adding on to the fact that these things was talked about years ago from people who call themselves Nuwaubians. That's it.
All right, let her talk.
Right.
Yeah, guys,
Sorry.
and I'm gonna have to invite you guys on to talk about the Nuwaubians because I have no idea who they are. So I would love to have this conversation
Indeed.
on my show. Also, and I can agree with what Rasul says. I believe that I'm a children of Israel. I'm a child of Israel. So we all don't agree on everything. A lot of people probably don't even touch half of the stuff that I touch. So I get what he's saying. I can be a bit on the controversial end of things with my understanding.
Right.
And like you said, this information, does come from Zechariah Sitchin. And and then it goes off of the walls of Samaria, and like you said, the Enuma Elish and all of that. And
right.
But the thing is that when you look into Sumer, the Tower of Babel, all that kind of stuff correlates with the Bible. So that's why this is important, because these are the gods, the pre-flood gods, and these are the cause of the flood. Right? This is the cause of the flood. This is why the Most High was saying that the cause of the flood was because of the mixing with the gods. So we call them in the scriptures, they're called the Nephilim, but here, and according to Zechariah Sitchin, they're called the Anunnaki.
Right.
So all these things are just, like I said, I take the biblical narrative as the main story, and then everything else is the supporting features to it, if that makes sense. So,
Right.
Yeah. So, but no, I'm pretty interested in hearing that, because I didn't know that. I've heard about the Nuwaubians, but I didn't know that he was bringing out that type of information.
Right.
I didn't realize that he just kind of started to.
Right. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. We can build.
Right.
Well, those books Zechariah Sitchin wrote was in the 1970s, yo. They came out in the 70s. They called it the Earth Chronicles.
But the walls were old. And
I'm talking about just with
hold
Zechariah
on, brother,
Sitchin
man.
wrote.
Listen, you got to chill. Stop getting so emotional.
I'm talking about.
We here to build.
Yeah.
We here to learn. This is not about being emotional and attacking.
I'm not being emotional. I'm just saying,
You are being
I'm not
emotional,
saying Zechariah Sitchin wrote those that don't come. I mean, that's his interpretation of it, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Right,
That doesn't even mean that
exactly.
Zechariah
We get
Sitchin
that.
is right.
We get that because
That is correct.
That doesn't mean that
And-
he's right.
We get that. What do you think?
What do I think? I think
There
that
you go.
the people who followed Zechariah Sitchin in the 70s, when he wrote those books, I think that it was a group of white folks that took that information, collaborated it in the 80s, and towards the 90s, those books became really popular. Like, you gotta understand, like, the people who really follow that information, like the Dr. York kind of created it in a black form. Priest is right? But Zechariah Sitchin, though, they have millions of followers who've been reading those books since the 70s. It's like a cult following. But that doesn't mean that all like conservative archaeologists and people who study Sumer agree with Zechariah Sitchin. In fact, they a lot of scholars debunked a lot of the stuff he's been saying. But I think a lot of people ran with what Zechariah put out there and tried to create their own little doctrine. You know what I'm saying? It's like the New Age. They call it the New Age movement. Kind of started in like early 90s, where people started to take Zechariah Sitchin's information. And look, Dr. York was one of them. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Amazing story, though.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. That's it. So,
well, with all information, what we do is we just eat the meat and spit out the bones. And that's just how I view things. I will pull from, like I said, the Bible is my foundation, and I build on top of that. And if I look through the Enuma Elish, if I look through the Ugaritic text, if I look through the Ebla tablets, the Rosh Hashanah tablets, it doesn't matter, if it's historical, anthropological, archaeological, or anything, I will build from that, and I will accept it if it goes with the biblical narrative. So that's that's genuinely how my methodology works, if that makes sense.
well, that's what we came to hear, is what I'm trying to say. We want to hear your breakdown. and that's all I wanted to hear is your breakdown of this this phenom. I'm ready. I mean, we still
All right,
here.
so let's keep going. Let's
All
just
right.
keep going. So, like I was saying, we were talking about the Nomo with the Mali, right? With the Dogon, all the way in West Africa. And here we have the Sumerians on their wall. They're showcasing a group of gods that were fish-like, correct?
Right.
So I was just showcasing the similarities there. Okay.
Right.
So now there are many stories that are told of ancestors. There are heroes or animals of primeval time who prolonged the fire from the high Numina or spiritual powers. The so-called bringers of civilization, such as the Greek god, there's Prometheus. They fetch it often together with the fruits of the field. So there's iron or the musical instruments from the heavens. Like Prometheus, Nomo, the primal beings among the Dogon of Mali, they bring fire and the first fruits of the field down to the earth. Prometheus steals the fire from the blacksmith Hephaestus, but Nomo himself is the first blacksmith. In both regions, this cultural achievement is celebrated with annual torchlight parades in Greece called Promethean festivals. Elsewhere, birds or other animals such as the dog, especially in Africa, who is closely allied to the hearth fire, are bringers of fire. It says animals are often fetched with the fire from the Lord of the animals in the bush. So what is this? What am I showcasing here? What I'm showcasing is that this is also found in Greece. This is all tied together with Greece, with Prometheus, the Nomo, and as well as we're trying to link it to the Sumerians all the way in Sumer. So this is just showcasing that all of this information, like I said, the stories without borders, they're all connecting. And as I continue on this journey with you guys, we're going to see that I'm going to connect it to the Bible. Right? Let's keep going though. So Prometheus in Greek mythology, he was considered to be a Titan, right? So he was considered to be a Titan god of fire. It says Prometheus best known for defying the gods' fire from giving them and giving it to humanity in the form of technology, knowledge, and more generally civilization. So even though in this day and time, they want to act like knowledge, like we evolved information, like knowledge was evolved, like with evolution. But as we look through history, knowledge was given it from the gods, right? This knowledge was given from these so-called gods. They were the ones that were providing this information to the people. And we see that with the Dogon, right? So they're trying to utilize this evolution as if people evolved the information, but actually a lot of people back then were crediting it from the gods. And I have a point that I'm going to build on that further. But like I said, Proverbs 2:6, I have to quote my scriptures. For the Lord giveth wisdom, out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. And like I said, knowledge comes from the gods, right? So that's my understanding with that. So the Nephilim, that's what we're here to talk about, the Nephilim, right? So the word Nephilim means fallen ones, giants, and it was used in Genesis 6 to describe the offsprings of a sexual union between the sons of God and the daughters of men. This is shocking, but brief account is so supernatural and strange that the people have debated the meaning of the word sons of God for years. While elsewhere in the Bible, the phrase is used to describe angels, some people have postulated that the sons of God were from the line of Abel, while the daughters of men were the offspring of Cain. This postulation is supported with scripture, and it's so the wisest assumes that this phrase sons of God does not mean angels. So it says, although strange, this scenario is not impossible and supported by passages in Jude, which refers to fallen angels, which are demons who left the proper place, and like in Sodom and Gomorrah, pursued unnatural sexual relations. So we're gonna, so we're talking about the Nephilim, just like I said with the scriptures, and then we looked at these gods who came down and provided knowledge. We see that Prometheus was also said to have brought knowledge and information. So we're seeing a lot of these gods are coming down and they're bringing knowledge and information. And so the Bible, we would classify them as the offspring of the fallen angels, which will be classified as Nephilim, correct? Now, when we look here, did you want to say something? And my dog is barking. Hey guys, please get my dog, please. And I have a cat. I don't know, my animals are just around. Did you guys want to build or say anything about that, what I just mentioned?
It was very interesting. I know they had the movie Prometheus, and there's a lot of other stories from other people You know what I'm saying? Ancient. And you like that's why I made that statement that most of these things that you're showing us is not actually coming from. This is the way they saw the world. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And that's what people get caught up at. Is like they saw the world and we kind of like embody it, but this is what they saw. It said that according to their.
This is their historical accounts. These are not my historical accounts. And these people weren't primitive as they want to classify them as. They had a lot of technology. And when we go back, the further you go back, we start to see, you know, the megaliths, the pyramids. We look at the, you know, there's ancient computers, you know, look at the Minoans and their technology. It's a lot, you know, of information that these people have, and they grant this information that they receive. Like I said, with the Dogon, remember, we have to remember, how did the Dogon know about the Sirius star system? Like I said, I'm going to keep referring back to that. But so there's so I said, did the fallen angels come back down after the flood? So there's an Archon invasion, was a massive invasion of extraterrestrial beings. They have been known by many names over the centuries. So they were classified as the Watchers, the Lost Vigilantes, the Nephilim, the Elohim, the Anunnaki, the Igigi, the Archons. There's tons of names here, the Netaru with the Egyptians, the Titans with the Greeks. And then today we have the ancient astronaut theory. But as we see, as we go through time, we see that these types of beings have been around at different civilizations, different locations, and different spans of time, but they all talk about these gods coming down.
Have you delved into some of the Native American stories of their beginning? They always talk about they said something about coming out of the clay. You know, a lot of their stuff talks about beings that they were trees, tall as trees, and things of that nature.
Most definitely, yeah. I'm going to be talking about just touching lightly on the Native Americans today, actually, and so talking about the Native Americans as far as like with Kukulkan, or who we would classify as Quetzalcoatl, depending on which civilization you want to talk about. You know, with the Mayans and the Aztecs, so they all talk about a serpent being, right? So it's all over the place. So again, you know, the Nephilim, they classify as the offspring of the Anunnaki. This is what some people would say. They say they're the offspring from the Anunnaki and human beings who were on the earth in those days. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days. So they say Sitchin believes that they were genetically engineered the modern day human race by crossbreeding with Homo erectus. They did this to use humans as slave species race in order to mine gold from the earth. Now, this is Sitchin. This is not me. This is just Sitchin. And so this information may sound hard to believe, but some evidence has been confirmed. It is in fact that ancient mining operations have been unearthed in Africa. We can debate the technologies, but it gives some credence to the idea that humanity was created as a slave race. Now, this is Stitching again. This is not me, but I'm just showcasing that they're showing that there may have been some form of, some form of evidence to support the theory that these fallen angels came down, right? These beings, extraterrestrials, whatever you want to classify them as. Now, when we look at here, and I have this little image, I thought it's pretty neat. Now, the Greek myth account, they say, now the so-called phenomenon of what the biblical classifies as fallen angels beings coming down from the heavens, mating with the daughters of man, is not an anomaly. They say we find this in the Greek myth on the account of the Titans, who were the elder gods of what the Bible would call the angels. So, for instance, the Cronus was the son of Uranus, which is heaven, and Ea was just earth. He was the youngest of 12. So it was written that the Titans or angels rebelled against their father, who had shut them down in the underworld, Tartarus. Now, we are all aware of the story of Zeus coming down and mating with the woman. One was Europa. Now, and when we talk about Europa, that is actually where Europe received its name, correct? The continent of Europe, they received its name after Europa and Zeus, correct? You guys are familiar with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you guys probably want to elaborate. But
Yeah, you said Europa. Is that the Europe? I heard a story about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Europe, the continent of Europe, is actually named after Europa, who is a Phoenician woman who is said to have made it. I mean, Zeus was said to have. This is a story that Zeus came. You know, he saw her and he came as a white bull and he took her away.
Right.
And this is where Europe received its name. So why would Europe, like I said, there's so much historical context within these stories that people want to classify as myth.
Right.
Right. So yeah. So people say, oh, when they hear Zeus, they laugh. They go, huh? But why is Europe calling itself Europe after Europa, who was supposedly mated with Zeus, which goes back to the sons of God and the daughters of man, right? The biblical narrative. If that's me, I hope I'm making sense.
Oh no, we loving it. Keep coming.
Okay, good. I hope people are enjoying because I'm trying. All right. So it says, and they created what was called the demigods, or what the Bible would call the Nephilim. And the same can be said of the Romans accounts. The fallen angels became the gods of today. So there's also a story about Britain and how Britain received its name. You guys are familiar with how Britain received its name? Before Britain, it was actually called Albion. And Albion was actually the name of Britain. And before it received the name Britain. Now, it's actually a story that it was a woman by the name of Albina. And Albina came to Britain, and she and her sisters, right, were the only ones on the land. They ended up, learning how to hunt, and they ended up mating with what they classify as incubi or some form of demonic being, and they created a race of giants. That is actually a story that is found in the reason how Britain received its name. So if you guys want to take the time and actually looked into that, it's pretty interesting. It's like, well, why would they use that as a story to give themselves a name? It's a lot of stuff that's going on. So Europe is it's an interesting historical background when it comes to Europe. So
yeah, even Romulus, right? Even like Romulus and Remus, that story is kind of wild. And Rome's coming from the Romulus, the story that she was. Yeah, it's kind of wild, but they've been fascinated by stories and telling the same stories over and over. So somebody had saw something. Then you sit around these campfires and these shamans and they tell stories, and it's mind blowing sometimes. I think it's kind of wild where these ideas come from.
It is, and that's why I'm bringing it to light tonight, because everybody wants to say that, oh, this is laughable. What are you talking about? But when you really look into it, it's like, well, Europe is named after Europa. Okay, they took it after this goddess, the princess Europa. And then you have again Albion, and that's another one. It's Albion. You could do a quick, Google search on that and look at how that name became. How they received that name, and how they say it was a race of giants were actually created, and that goes with the Genesis 6 narrative. But let's just keep going. So they say Anunnaki revealed finding the Nephilim in the myth giants among men. All right, so they say Central Ancient Astronaut Theory and author Zachariah Sitchin narrative is a group of mythic beings known as the Anunnaki, who he claimed crossed their own DNA again with the Homo erectus. And now, who are the Anunnaki, right? So they said the Anunnaki is a phrase that has been made famous by Zachariah Sitchin, found many of his famous books. Sitchin explores ancient mythology, megalithic structures around the world, and various books that demonstrate the extraterrestrial race actually visited the planet. The Anunnaki were in actual deities, and their names come from the old god of the sky, Anu. The Sumerian tablets were written by the Sumerians. So this was a society that invented writing and had an advanced knowledge of mathematics, science, astronomy. According to these tablets, the Anunnaki or the Anaj were angels. So this is another, and the Sumerians were they were very advanced, and they had knowledge of math, they had knowledge of science, they had a knowledge of astronomy, and they credited this information to their gods. Okay, so these people weren't any primitive people. These people weren't just crazy. These people actually had some formulation of civilization, and they all credited back to these gods. Again, another story that correlates with the Dogon, the Mali, the Greeks, with the Titans, with Zeus and all this kind of stuff. So like I'm saying, we're all formulating a story. Like I said, this can't just be off the types of people's imaginations. I mean, come on, let's give people a little bit more credit. And that's what I tried to do. They say Sitchin reported that 445,000 years ago, creator gods, as they are called, came to the earth. They were called the Anunnaki, which means those who came from heaven to earth came. These beings inhabited a distant orbiting planet called Nibiru, which only entered our solar system every 3,600 years. So there's actually a real planet by the name of Nibiru. How would they actually know about this this planet? You know what I'm saying? It only enters our solar system every 3,600 years. How are they aware of this? And this is the same thing that I go back to with the Dogon. How are they aware of the Sirius star system? And then how are they aware of the Nibiru? Nibiru. How are they aware of this system, this solar system? They say they describe Nibiru as many times the diameter of the Earth and the abundant with the iron oxide, making its rivers and lakes appear red. A side note about Nibiru, according to the Sumerian tablets, Nibiru's atmosphere began to deteriorate and became a hostile place for life. And in order to restore it, the Anunnaki needed one important element for their atmosphere. And that's when they talk about the gold, right? That's what they talk about, the gold. But what I like to bring up, and I can, I don't really get into things, but I like to look at the fact, and what intrigues me about this information is the fact that they knew about this Nibiru, this planet, without any of the technology that we have today.
Right.
They didn't possess that, or maybe they did, or maybe they did not. But we didn't have it in 1,000 years ago. We didn't have this type of stuff, right? 600 years ago, depending on the time frame, we didn't have this capacity, the technology to be able to see these things that they're writing about in their tablets. They're writing about, the Dogon again are talking about these systems, these solar systems.
Right.
So this is very interesting, and that's what makes me intrigued about it. This what makes me intrigued about is how did they have the knowledge? How did they gain the information?
Now, let me say that. Can I interject a little bit?
Please,
now,
please,
usually
please.
Israelites don't talk about this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's so controversy, because some Israelites get into the scriptures, but they don't go into too much of the other beings like this. And for you to do this is like a step out of the box, which makes it more intriguing. It's like, okay, you opening up a door that cats don't usually get into when you start looking at it at that type of level.
Yes.
I
yes.
mean, besides, you have Mighty Hebrew, and you have a couple of, but I've never heard too many Israelites speak on too much of these beings.
These beings are very important because these beings, if people don't speak on the beings, and the reason why the beings are important is because these are the beings that the children of Israel worshipped and were actually cast aside for going to captivity. They worship, these are gods of Canaan, right? These are the gods of Canaan. And these gods were the ones that were a snare, this was actually the cause of the flood. This is actually the most important thing, is to know who these gods are, find out who they are and where they are, so that you don't get yourselves entangled into these gods and their beginnings. And there's the Ubaid lizard men figurines, right? The reptilians, so with David Icke, right? The reptilian race, and so they talk about David Icke and the humanoid lizards. The lizard, reptilian, humanoid lizards, and beings.
Who's that on the right?
Oh, the right. It's just another lizard. One of these lizard. Is
that a female?
Yeah, it's a female, and it has a child.
The other one looked like it had his genitals like a female. The other one too.
Yeah, it's a female. They have the ones with the females, and so when we hear about David Icke and his theory, so we're going to bring up other people's theory. So we had Zachariah Sitchin's theory, right? And so now we have David Icke's theory. And David Icke, according to him, not to me, let's make sure we understand, that he has been a long proponent of the theory that a race of reptilian extraterrestrials have been manipulating humanity by pulling the strings of politicians and financiers at the global level. Now, to somebody who is outside of who's not within the biblical narrative, who's in the biblical narrative may think that this is like, what is she talking about? Why is she talking about this? Because it goes hand in hand with the scriptures. It goes hand in hand, and I'm going to be pulling out the scriptures in just a second. So also, here we go. We have, and I was talking about this, we see humanoid serpent beings who were worshipped all over the world. In ancient Egypt, where's the god Apep? Okay, there was a serpent right there. In Mesoamerican culture, there was the god Quetzalcoatl, right? And then we have Kukulkan, the flying feathered reptile god, the serpent, who they coined. They say that he created the cosmos. And then in Indian religions, including Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, they speak on the Naga, right? The Nagas.
What's the Naga? So I'm clear.
This one is the Nagas right here.
Mm.
So when you think about the Nagas, right?
Make
They
that a little
think
closer.
that they were benevolent. They were malevolent and benevolent beings, right? If that's
Does that look like a?
It's an elephant.
Is that an elephant?
which one?
I don't know. From it, could you make it a little?
Yeah, it looks like an elephant.
It's a serpent. Its tail is coiled up. I don't know if you can see it. It has he's serpent at the bottom. You can't see him.
Oh yeah, okay. I thought okay. If you bring it, all right. Now I see it.
It's a crown at the top.
Mm.
Okay. It's a serpent crown at the top. I don't know if you guys are able to make it out.
You can make it closer. Nah, it's cool.
I can make it closer for you. Yeah. Oops. When I touch it, it skipped. It's not letting me zoom in. I'm sorry. I'm not really familiar with Zoom like that.
I don't know if you can zoom on Zoom.
I
Yeah,
want
I
you to
can't
see
zoom.
it. Well, as long as the audience can see it,
I'm sorry. I probably should have picked a better image of the Naga. I thought it looked like it's a serpent at the bottom. He's sitting on his long serpent tail. But it's not an elephant. It's
Okay.
It's a serpent.
Is there an elephant in the room? Just a little dad joke. Go ahead.
yeah. So right there, this one over here is Quetzalcoatl though, and then there's Apep. So, and the reason why I mention this is because there are serpent gods that are being worshipped all over the world. We have David Icke, who's talking about these reptilian beings. Now, whether they're malevolent, whether they're benevolent, that's not what I'm here to do, because I know some people worship these beings, but I'm just saying that they do exist and people are worshiping them to this very day, right? You go over there to Mexico, their airport is called Quetzalcoatl Airport. So it's actually still being relevant. So let's just keep going. So Ephesians 6 and 12. Now I'm going into the biblical narrative as to things because I take the biblical narrative. It says Ephesians 6:12, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. So it's letting us know in the Bible that we are not wrestling with flesh and blood,
That's
guys.
hard.
This is not a flesh and blood situation, okay? And that's why I mentioned these beings at the beginning, because this is a celestial thing. This is not a extraterrestrial. A terrestrial thing, not a celestial thing, right? So we're not wrestling with flesh and blood. John 3 and 12 says, if I have told you of earthly things and you believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of heavenly things? I love this scripture. Why do I love this scripture?
So John 3.
Because this is John 3 and 12. It's talking about, hey, there is things that are happening on the earth you don't believe, but there's things that are happening in the heavens. There's things that are happening in the heavenly realm. People are having a hard time. So a lot of these so-called Israelites, a lot of these Bible believers don't touch these things because they don't believe. They say a lot of these things are, allegory. But John 3 and 12 is letting us know that, hey, if you're having a hard time believing in the earthly things, how can you believe in the heavenly things? So there was angelic human
hybrids. Certain characters. I'm sorry, I don't want to throw you off your depth, but there was certain characters, such as Melchizedek, and it's just certain Enoch. You know what I mean? It was certain cats in there that was like a little mystical, very mystical. There was other characters. Enoch was not. You know what I mean? I'm just adding on. Just adding on.
Please do.
I'm just adding on. So yeah, there's beings that was introduced into the tablets and that we don't know the beginning. And we talked last week about Gabriel. You know what I mean? And his conversation, being a celestial being and a constant conversation with a fleshly human being.
Right.
It intrigued. This is two different, deities. It's like having a conversation with your dream state.
That's right. And and I'm going to continue on with the human hybrids, right? So it says the Nephilim are directly translated to the fallen ones, hybrids, giants, demigods, celestial spirits trapped in human bodies, however you want to classify it. So the offsprings of heavenly bodies and earthly women, these beings look like human and move like humans. Although they were slightly larger and taller than any ordinary human, they were also rumored to have wings and unnatural strength and power. But despite these unusual physical attributes, they had grace and beauty of the angels, right? So let's dive into the Book of Enoch, right? Let me get into the Book of Enoch. Let's have some fun. So it's in the Book of Enoch, and it came to pass when the sons of and it came to pass when the sons of God, sons of men had increased, that in those days there were born to them fair and beautiful daughters. And the angels, the sons of heaven, saw them and desired them, and they said to one another, "Come, let us choose for ourselves wives from the children of men, and let us beget for ourselves children." Now, Semyaza, who was the leader, said to them, "I fear that you may not wish this deed to be done, and that I alone would pay for this great sin." And they all answered him. So this is Semyaza. Semyaza and a band of the angels, they all stood together, 200 of them. And they all answered to each other, and they said, "Let us all swear an oath and bind one another with curses, so not to alter this plan, but to carry out this plan effectively." Then they all swore together and bound one another with the curses to it. And they were in all 200, and they came down on Ardis, which is the summit of Mount Hermon. And they called the mountain Hermon because on it they swore and bound one another with curses. And these were the names of the leaders. Semyaza, they have the names there, and they said the leaders of the 200 angels, and all of them with them. So what is this about? They all stood together because they saw these daughters, they saw these beautiful women. Now, what was the cause of this? See, angels were they were immortal. They were able to live on forever. So they weren't to create offspring. It was written in this book. I didn't bring it up because for time's sake, but the Most High gave man the ability to have children because we are immortal. We do not live, we live only for a certain period of time. So our children are the ones that are going to continue our lineage, whereas the angels were able to live forever, so they didn't need to have children. But that does not mean that they could not have children. But it was against the Most High for them too. But they saw these men, these families, and they saw these women. They were like, "Oh my God, they're so beautiful. Like, I got to have one." And that's what we see with Europa, right? With Europe, it's the exact same story. Europa, the princess, and Zeus, the Greek account, right? It's the same as the Book of Enoch. So here are some of the names of the angels.
Make sure you hit that super chat if y'all have any questions. She's going in tonight. You know what I mean?
There was name of 20 archons, the chief princes, or leaders of over 200 watchers. So these is Archael, Earth God, Amorose. So this is some of the name of the angels right here that, came down of the 20, like 10% of the 20 that came down. Okay, so here we go. The Book of Enoch continued. So they said, and they took wives for themselves, and everyone chose for himself one each, and they began to go into them and were promiscuous with them. And they taught them charms and spells and sorcery, and they showed them the cutting of roots and trees. So right here, and this is why I mentioned at the beginning how these gods were coming down and they were teaching. They were actually giving knowledge. And actually, the Book of Enoch actually talks about how these same fallen angels, these angels, were coming down and they were actually teaching. Okay? And they say they became pregnant and bore large giants. Remember, if you guys look into the name of the Albion, which was the name of Britain, they actually talk about a lineage of giants being born there. And they say these devoured all the toil of men until men were unable to sustain them. And the giants turned against them in order to devour men. And they began to sin against the birds and against the animals and against the reptiles and against fish. And they devoured one another's flesh and drank blood from it. And the earth complained about the lawless ones. Now, the Book of Enoch, the fallen angels again provided knowledge. They say Azazel taught men to make swords, daggers, shields, and breastplates. Wow. He also showed them things after these and the art of making them, bracelets, ornaments, and the art of making up the eyes and the beautifying of the eyelids. So they also taught people how to, do makeup. They actually showed them how to do makeup, beautifying the eyelids, putting makeup on the eyes. They taught them how to make weapons and breastplates and shields. They said they showed them how to beautify the eyelids. They said in the most precious and choice of stones, they were showing them all the beautiful stones, the colored dyes, how to make colored dyes, and the world was changed. Okay, so the world was changed. People's eyes were opened up because of this knowledge. And there was great impiety and much fornication, and they went astray, and all their ways became corrupt. They said Amzarek taught all those who cast spells and cut roots, Amaros the release of spells, and Barakiel astrologers. So right here in Karobiel, Potence and Tamiel taught astrology, and Arsradel taught the path of the moon. So when you look at these other gods who came down, like with the Dogon, hey, they taught the Dogon about the Sirius star. They taught them astrology. They taught them astronomy. So this goes hand in hand with the knowledge of the Book of Enoch, right? That's why I say the Bible is the foundation for me, because it provide us the detail as to what happened. And then we look at history to showcase that, hey, these things actually are happening, because these people, these different civilizations, like with the Anunnaki and the Sumerians, are the Dogon, and the Nomo are Prometheus and the Grecians, right? Oh, go ahead. Anybody want to say anything? If you got any questions?
Yeah, connecting the two is very dope. How it similarities and how man continues to repeat the process, and there's so many stories that relate, because there's a bunch of flood stories also. Right. Yes. And through a lot of cultures when you go back and you look at it. So connecting these dots, you're doing a very, very interesting job. It gets me thinking.
Well, please. And that's what I want to do. That's what I like to do. I like to take history and I like to connect the dots, because even though, and I like to say this, and I take this from a fellow YouTuber, but he says the history has been obfuscated, meaning it's been jumbled. And what we like to do is like a puzzle. And what you have to do is you have to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Now, what one side wants to do is they want to tell you that, hey, if you look at this information, you're crazy, you're pseudo. If you look at this, you're allegory. If you look at this, you're, so they always trying to put people down. But the thing is knowledge is power, right? And you should never turn away any form of knowledge, because knowledge is the first beginning to understanding. And I don't turn away information. Now, if the information is crazy, like I said, you eat the meat and you spit out the bones, and then some things are just overall just common. It's just ridiculous. But when you start to see that a group of people were able to find a planet by the name of Nibiru that actually exists and only comes around 3,600 years, or a group of people who are considered to be primitive know about a Sirius star system, it's like, I may need to look into these people, because can I say something, sister?
Of course. Just to add on to what you're saying, it's like it's certain classes that's meant for certain people. When you go to stages, like when you do kung fu, you start out as a lower belt. When you get to the black belt, you don't learn the same thing. You don't learn you're not in the same class. When you're in high school, it's one level of learning. When you get to college, it's called universities. It's another type of learning technique. And plus you get more pleasure, because you get to decide on when you go to classes. It's up to you. You know what I'm saying? So cats who can't see on certain levels, it's just that they haven't graduated their mind to reach that type of level yet. So don't stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin the Stalogy. I had to say it. I had to say it. But just don't stop. Shout out to Humpty Hump. But don't stop what you're doing. Continue that. Because at some point, it's going to start connecting somewhere. We don't know where it's at, but we've been lied to so long. Somebody give us dirty water, we drink it and say this is great. But because we're thirsty, clean water don't taste the same, but it's just quenching our thirst for a little bit. So somewhere along the line, we have figured we'll start to catch on, but you're just ahead of the curveball. Continue building, because we may notice it's making me look into certain things about connecting, So
Yes,
you're doing a good
definitely. And that's what this is. This is just an appetizer, guys. I like to showcase just a taste of information. Just to showcase, just to make you think, just to make you go like, wow, okay, well, why is that? Or, well, okay, well, I do see that, they want to put down and say that everybody's copying everyone. Like, oh, the Bible is plagiarizing this. The Bible is fiction. No, the Bible isn't fiction. It's a historical document, as well as all the other documents. They're all historical. The only thing is that, some of those may be embellished a bit, people embellish it. But for what I'm saying is that it all lines up. It all goes together. They connect together. It's someone else's perspective, someone else's point of view. And we can't look at these people as if they're not, they don't have the capacity to understand, as if we are better. Those people that lived back then were stronger. They had more information, they had more knowledge, they were smarter. And they, I like to make a joke, because they say, oh, it's the Bronze Age, oh, it's the Iron Age, oh, it's this. We're the Plastic Age. I mean, I hate to say it, but everything is plastic in this age. Nothing is really, when you look at what the iron and the bronze, they made everything, their pottery, everything, the technology that they were able to create with their pottery and the things they ate off of, and then we look at what we eat off of, paper plates or plastic plates and things of that nature. It's like, well, who was really, you look at their buildings, their megaliths, and the stone statues and the bronze statues and the iron. You look at our stuff, you go like, well, hey, are we declining? Are we progressing? Are we digressing, degressing?
It do seem like that. It does seem like
our
that.
food.
Yeah.
Look at our food. Look at our air quality. Look at our, we're not progressing. We're actually going down. So when we really think about how things were in the past, so we have some things, we have some wins over them too. But when we look at everything in the broader spectrum, and there is something called the I just left my mind, but it's just a theory that they're putting out there that a lot of civilizations were actually very strong and doing well. It's just these natural disasters came in and started everybody back over. If you look at Göbekli Tepe, they said that was, and now this is a theory, they said that was deliberately buried. Okay. So it probably was some form of volcanic eruption, some form of earthquakes, something that keeps diverting us back to the Stone Age, right? Diverting us back. Excuse me, my children are, excuse me 1 second.
It's okay. Man, this is connecting dots. Putting
It's called the Younger Dryas. It's called the Younger Dryas. But go ahead.
Okay. The Younger Dryas? That's what you call what you're doing right now?
The Younger Dryas is what they're saying that like the Stone Age, there's like volcanic eruptions. Not like not the Stone Age, but like the Ice Age. A lot of these different I guess what you would call catastrophes, or like for instance, when you look at the Minoans, these cataclysms, the Minoans, they were said to have built these beautiful palaces. They had indoor plumbing. They had all these different, they were very advanced, but they had like this huge earthquake and volcano that came in, and it actually took everything and it started everything back over. These cataclysms are like starting us over. So that's something that people need to look into, is that the fact is that people are starting to notice that, hey, people were not as primitive as they want to say. It's just that these untimely floods, because anything can snap us back. When we look at, like in Texas,
right?
The power goes out and it gets too cold and everything freezes. And then guess what? Everybody's without power. You're without water. Guess what? Now you're outside at a pump. They were actually pumping water out the ground. it doesn't take long for something to snap us back into what we would consider to be the so-called Stone Age or the primitive time, right?
They,
It doesn't take.
yeah, they haven't even built the towers back. You know what I'm saying? They knocked the towers down, and usually back in the days they would build up things right away, like maybe takes a month or maybe 2 months, maybe a year. But they were on it. But it's like, yeah, I agree with you. It's like they're not as fast as doing things. I don't know if it's because of the money or the situation. They just running out of time.
Yo.
Yeah, I don't know how. Oh, go ahead. Who wanted to talk?
I would say all they got to do is turn off the internet, and we all gonna feel like we in the Stone Age, because the whole world's gonna be like, "Whoa, what do we do? No internet."
Wow,
That's right.
That's a good
That's
one.
what I'm
I'm
saying,
saying?
AD. You're on it.
That's a
Like
good
all the grid has to do is go down, and once the grid goes, and then guess what? We've been so spoiled. A lot of us don't know how to farm, don't know anything about an animal, don't know how to put anything in the ground.
Right.
So think about how easily it is for us to just divert back to what someone would classify as primitive.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying is that these people weren't primitive. It's just the fact that these so-called these cataclysms that they're now showcasing that has come in and has completely started people over back to square one. But back to my presentation, guys.
Hey.
We see that these so-called angels, or whatever you want to classify them as, deities, fallen angels,
Don't matter.
they came down, extraterrestrial beings, whatever. They
We
came
cannot-
down and they provided knowledge. Okay. They came down and they provided knowledge. And this actually goes with the Book of Enoch. And we see that with the Dogon. We see that with Prometheus. We see that with all these different accounts with the Anunnaki, that Zachariah Sitchin is saying, David Icke with the reptilians. We look at Quetzalcoatl. We look at Koku Khan and how he came over. So, you know, we look at these different, these historical tales of people, of their accounts, and they actually go hand in hand with what the biblical narrative is saying. I'm going to keep going, keep moving. Now, in the Book of Enoch, chapter 8, hope you guys like my art. But Azazel, again, he taught men to make swords, knives, shields, breastplates. We see Amazarek taught all the sorcerers, dividers of roots. Armors taught the solution of sorcery. Barakiel taught the observations of stars. Akabil taught signs. Tamiel taught astronomy. Asrodale taught the motion of the moon. And men being destroyed cried out their voices to reach to the heavens. Now, in the Book of Enoch, chapter 9, it says, Then Michael and Gabriel, Raphael, Suriel, and Uriel looked down from the heavens, and they saw the quantity of blood which was shed on earth. Now, I don't know. And I don't know how you guys would perceive this, but I don't know, you know, maybe the angels felt some type of way that the Most High was withholding this knowledge. So they felt like, hey, if we were to come down and actually give them this information, maybe they'll do well with this knowledge and this information. But from how things spanned out after they provided the information, people started to kill each other. And so that kind of makes you go like, maybe they shouldn't have provided the information. But the thing is that that's why people go off and they say, hey, I want to get to this higher knowledge. I want to get all this information. I want to get this knowledge. And they say people are, you know, oh, you're withholding yourself from getting this information. You're withholding yourself from getting this knowledge. But is this knowledge and information anything that we all should have our hands on? Are we ready? Are we prepared? Because before the flood, this is pre-flood now. This is not post-flood. When they looked down, they saw that bloodshed was all over the earth. And they say, all iniquity which was done upon it, and said one to another, it is the voice of their cries. The earth deprived of her children has cried even to the gate of heaven. So with even though he gave them the knowledge to make these weapons, they used these weapons to inflict pain upon each other, you know, and to inflict.
Could I cut in for a minute?
Yeah, please.
I
Everybody, cut in. Let's do it.
All right. It's so funny that they have a bomb that they call atom bomb. And they created, and like going with what you said, it goes back into like, why would you want to destroy man? you know, and name it after the so-called first man. You know what I'm saying? It's funny to me that they would make a bomb and then name it after a biblical character to destroy. And it's going along with what I'm just saying. I'm going along with what you're saying. As far as they're getting these missions, but it's still biblical. It's still a little bit biblical if you think about it.
Biblical. Yeah.
Can I read something? I want you to break it down also.
Most definitely. And I had saw somebody left a comment in the chat. They were like Photoshop. And yeah, a lot of this stuff that we see as far as like the earth and if it's you know, the way it looks and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, a lot of this stuff is Photoshop. This what we see is not really, you know, what we really know of what the earth looks like. You know, people say the earth is flat. I'm not here to debate them. If it's round, I'm not here to debate you on that. But what I'm saying is that a lot of information, like they're right now working on a spaceship and they named it Artemis. They named it after the goddess Artemis, right?
Wow.
Yeah. So if you guys look into that. But go ahead, Killah Priest, go ahead with that. Yeah.
Okay. They had gigabyte Psalms 82. And I'll just read a little bit of it. Psalms 82, it says, God standing in the congregation of the mighty. Another one, it says God, but how could the Most High, like, who are these? Who is the mighty? This has me like tripping out. Where's that, AD? God stands in the congregation of the mighty. And some other New Age, it says the gods. He judges among, oh, there it goes right there. He judges amongst the gods. So there are some other deities out there. And also remember in one of the commandments, it said that God said, worship no other God before me. Meaning that he was aware, because there's other things too, because it's crazy, of other deities that were going, and these going-ons, these things, these happenings, strange things. Wow, Genesis 6 type of elements. So I can understand what you're saying. And then going back to that beautiful scripture you pulled, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but high principalities and principalities in high places.
That's right. And that's the icing on the cake is a principality. And then tonight I didn't go into breaking down what a principality is, which breaks down to a chief prince.
What is it?
Well, when we break down the principality, and it breaks down to actually what a chief prince is, and then we do see the chief princes, and those chief princes, like people talk about Gog and Magog, and people say, oh, well, Gog is a literal, like they say Gog is, you know, what is it, Russia and Magog and all that kind of stuff, but they're actually talking about the principalities that are over those places. So I didn't even go into that tonight, guys, but I can go deep. You guys gotta check me out. I'm Neptali. My channel's Neptali ADUIC. I do this. This is what I do. I like to break. So I know my audience isn't there with me, so I try to take baby steps to get you.
No, these guys are ready.
I know your audience. I'm talking about mine.
Oh, okay.
The children of the Israelites. The Israelites ain't ready.
Right.
No, I know you. That's why I bring it to your audience.
Right.
I bring this to yours.
Yeah.
But you know, the people on my side, I bring a little bit to them, and right now I'm telling you, they're like dragging my name through the mud, like she's all over the place. What is she talking about? It's like, guys, if you actually just sit down.
Well, Christ spoke on the kingdom that no one's. I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that spoke on things that they seen. You know what I mean? And you can just tell them things like that. But do you feel like some people just don't get it? They
will never get it, and that's why my husband has to remind me. He's like, 2/3 ain't gonna make it, right? And then some things are just not required.
Right.
Some people just need to know the law, statutes, and commandments. Those things are fine. But for those who are looking at like, oh, you know, this stuff is not right, they're going into the atheism, they're going into, which is all philosophy. And then when you go into what a philosopher really is, it goes back to a wizard. I mean, don't get me going back to the etymology. Like, I would go into it, okay? Philosophy goes back to a form of a, you know, wizard or for a philosopher, which is some form of it goes back to sorcery and all that kind of stuff if you really go into the root of it all. Right. So, and it's okay
I heard something
to
like
have
that.
your yeah, it does. And you know, if you want, I can come back and I can go into because like Harry Potter talks about the philosopher's
Yeah.
stone.
Mm-hmm.
It gets there, you know, and we can talk about it because people don't really understand. Like they tell you get your PhD, which is going into philosophy. But philosophy actually has its roots and its grounds within witchcraft. And a lot of this stuff is pretty crafty. So I'm going to talk about a little bit of just touch on little things after that. So let me keep going because I don't want to hold everybody up. But so we're gonna go to Enoch chapter 9, and it says, "Thou hast seen what Azazel has done, how he has taught every species of iniquity upon the earth, and has disclosed to the world all the secret things." So the secret things, right? And what are these secret things? These secret things are like what the secret societies, right? These secret societies, they know all of this so-called high knowledge, all this information, right? They get all this information. And Azazel has taught a lot of them this secret knowledge. And they say here, and he has disclosed to the world all the secret things which are done in the heavens. And it says, Samyaza also has taught sorcery, to whom thou hast given authority over those who are associated with him. They have gone together to the daughters of men and have lain with them and have become polluted. So this was the cause of the flood. This was why Genesis is genes. It breaks down to genes is. It's a book of genealogy. It's a book about genetics. And the genetics has gotten tampered. And the information, right?
Right.
You guys want to say anything while I keep going, or just keep going?
Could you break that down? What that means? That the
Genetics.
yeah.
Genes is Genesis. Yeah. So when you think about Genesis, it breaks down to genes, like with your genes, like your genetic and your DNA, right? So when you look at your DNA, which are your genetics, these fallen angels came down and they actually polluted people's genetics by mixing with them and creating an offspring of what we would call Nephilim, or giants, okay, a race of, and then there's different levels to the giants, right? There's the Elho, the Eljo. There's different levels to them, different heights. The Grecians called them the Titans.
Right.
You think about it, so there's different, I don't know if you guys watch the Game of Thrones, right?
Oh, yeah.
So have you seen that?
My son watches that, yeah.
Okay. They actually have giants in that and those movies. So it gets pretty interesting when you really hear about it.
You pushing me. I love it. You pushing me now. Could you look up one more scripture for me, AD? Yeah. Not even scripture, it's a book. Here, this one. You can take this one too. The Book of Nahum. Nahu. Check this out, because we on this spiritual plane right here. Yeah, there it goes. That's a book that's in the scripture. And if you really look at it and you switch up the name, it says human.
It does.
You see it nice and clear, right? The Book of Human. These deity, it's like you just add on to it, man. I'm just here to break it down.
No. Please add
exactly.
I love when we build together. I love it.
Come on.
That way
Let's
it makes me know that you guys are understanding me and seeing where I'm coming from. But I see that, Nahum.
Yeah. It's there's like you said in Genesis, it's some type of contact, because you got information that's coming from the celestial world, like thrones and bodies, and then you have bodies coming down, and then you have the Genesis 6, then you have the Enoch, and then you have this here, and you have the breaking down of the Gen. I like this type of stuff because you can look at it and really see that, oh man, this is on a higher level than what we just think.
Right.
They still use the name Genesis when they're talking about anything having to be created in the biological world. So like, if you're going to increase fat, you're creating lipogenesis. If your body creates sugar, right. If you run out of sugar, your body can create it through a process called gluconeogenesis. So you got gluco, sugar, new, genesis, gluconeogenesis. So it's amazing how these words are still carrying over even into the biological world.
Perfect. You're right. And what about gigabyte? You know what I mean?
Ooh.
Look at giga.
So that's a billion.
Yeah, right. It's a billion, but it's also an ancient Sumerian name.
Okay. 1.21 gigawatts.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Now I'm talking about Lady Gaga. Oh, we're about to get on in the El Nana.
True.
Nana. Okay.
She said it. I mean, that's one of the deities. But shout out to
Right.
Foxy.
And I was wondering if that was actually what she was doing. So she does admit to that.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about
Wow. Okay. So she does go with Inanna.
it. Yeah.
The Inanna, the goddess Inanna. I was sitting there and I was saying that looks like what Foxy Brown got her name from, Inanna. So yes. Okay. Great. I'm glad that you mentioned that because I was looking at that. The goddess Inanna. So okay. Go ahead, Foxy. I got you.
We adding up. She's Trinidad.
Okay. I see. See, a lot of things are esoteric.
Mhm.
And we're going into the esoteric within the scriptures, right? And we're
Right.
trying to pull all the pieces of the puzzles together.
Nobody opens that. Nobody opens it up like that. Nobody.
So I'm
opens
about
up
to
the
be
skin.
finished in just a second, but this is my last and final slide of the night. And it actually tells you where evil spirits come from, right?
Mhm.
And where the evil spirits come from. Because people say, oh, the evil spirits, bad spirits, you're putting a spirit on me, evil spirits. So it's like people talk about the spirits, but like, what is a evil spirit? According to the scriptures, right? According to the Bible. So when we sit here in the Book of Enoch, and this is chapter 15 and 16, and it actually says here, and I'm not going to read all of this, but it says, why have you left? Let me start from the beginning. He says, and he answered me, and he said to me in his voice, hear, don't be afraid, Enoch, you're a righteous man and ascribe righteousness. Come here and hear my voice, and go say to the watchers of heaven who sent you to petition on their behalf. You ought to petition on the behalf of men, not on the men of behalf of you. Why have you left the high, holy, and eternal heaven and lain with the women and become unclean with the daughters of men and taken wives for yourself and done as the sons of the earth and begotten giant sons? And you were spiritual, holy, living eternal life, but you became unclean upon the woman and begot children through the blood of flesh, right? So remember, they begot children through the blood of flesh and lusted after the blood of men and produced flesh and blood as they do who die and are destroyed. And for this reason, I give men wives. So he's letting you know, this is the reason why I've mentioned that. And then he says, and so that the children might be born by them so that deed might be done on earth. But you formerly were spiritual, living an eternal, immortal life for all generations of the world. For this reason, I did not arrange wives for you, because the dwelling of the spiritual ones is in heaven. And now the giants who were born from body and flesh will be called evil spirits on the earth, and on the earth will there be their dwellings. And evil spirits came out of their flesh, because from above they were created from the holy watchers, was their origin and first foundation. Evil spirits, they will be on the earth, and spirits of the evil ones, they will be called. So what does this mean? So you have celestial beings or heavenly beings mating with people that are body and flesh that die. Remember, these beings, our flesh dies. It goes back to the earth. But the heavenly ones they're immortal. They never die. So now you have these spirits that are earthbound, but they don't go back to their bodies will go back to the earth, but their spirits will stay on the earth. Did I explain that? Do you guys see what I'm saying about how we have these? So people talk about these bad spirits or hanks, like what they used to call back in the day, or these demonic spirits, possessions. It comes from these Nephilim beings. It comes actually from these offspring, because they have I guess they would need like a purgatory or somewhere for them to be housed, because they were never supposed to be. When people are of flesh, we go back to the earth and our spirits, return. But with these celestial beings, they never die. So when you mix something that never dies with something that does die, it created this, what was considered to be what we classify as an evil spirit. So, and I just wanted to share that with everybody. And you can find this in the Book of Enoch, chapter 15 and 16. So all of this stuff that's in the Book of Enoch, and I believe this is why it's been taken away from the Bible. I believe this is why it was hidden. It's because it breaks down so much information that a lot of people have it's missing knowledge. People go have so many questions. Well, a lot of the questions are answered within this one very book. I thank you guys so much for spending some time with me and that concludes my presentation. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah, we got applause playing in the background. I know you can't hear it, but it's there.
Thank you, Queen.
Yo, that was
Very informal.
Very nice.
that was beautiful. I'm glad you finally got it. That was so great and connecting those dots like you did. That was great. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna go ahead and start reading again. Start getting my stuff a little bit, and then we're gonna rap a taste about this again. You know what I'm saying? That was very informative. Very informative. You said a couple of things that I didn't know, which was good. To put it up into perspective, and I'm gonna just think about it. And that was very heavy. And thank you so much. What's up with your information? How could somebody from the craft room come check you out? They wanted to.
Yes. So my name is Naphtali, ADYC. That's the name of my channel. You can find me on YouTube. Please come over and subscribe. I have tons of videos that I've already broken down. And I'm still continuing on, breaking down the information. I do take that, we are the children of Israel. So a lot of my people are not where you guys are. So I have to start from the, baby steps with them. But
Well, just come over here when you want to let off. You know what I'm saying? When you want-
and that'll be great because I get to speak with people who are on my level. So it's great. Instead of people looking like stumped on, oh my gosh, you mentioned the Book of Enoch. It's like, relax. Like, what's wrong with,
Well, they never read it?
No, they're crazy.
Some people are scared of it.
But then pick up the Necronomicon and read all through that.
Oh my God, exactly. Read all these other books. They pick up any book, they read that. But when it comes to these other books, they say the Catholic Church says, hey, don't read that.
I saw
I'm not
somebody
gonna
reading
read
the
it.
book with hair on it. The cover was made out of hair. Go ahead, but I'm just saying, you can't be getting mad at the Necronomicon and you pick it up. Yo, listen, somebody gave me a book one time that was this big, no lie, and it had that many pages in it. And this book is just that it's not that big. We get too spooky. Wow. People are so spooky sometimes. Sometimes it's good to, because you end up missing out. You know what I'm saying? You never know what you can get into by shutting off so much things, and you close so many doors, you end up missing out. I mean, a person could be coming with some type of information that you never heard before, and that it could help or validate something that you're looking at. And you could use that. So even if you want to go against it, it's good to listen to it to at least hear where a person comes from. Even a criminal has a voice, and you have to hear both sides of the story so you can hear it out. You never know what made that person tick. But we as Black people, and we as the conscious community, don't like to listen.
No, you're very stiff-necked people. And but I'm not gonna lie to you, Killah Priest. When you bring out the Necronomicon, like I have not read that. I have not read that, and I have my reasons because it was in the what movie was
Ouija
that?
board?
It was in
Let's get dark. Let's turn off the lights.
It was what movie was the Evil Dead? I believe
Yeah.
it was in the Evil Dead. And then after that, I saw that I was like, I'm not picking up that book.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm not opposed to reading anything, I believe, but I'm not going to read the Codex Gigas, though, right? That's the Devil's Bible. I'm not going to read that. But
First,
uh,
go ahead. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me. Go ahead.
yeah, but like I said, people need to read more. Stop allowing people to tell you what's pseudo or what's allegory, and look at the history of things. These people were not crazy. I mean, yeah, some of them probably were crazy, and you may hear some things that may sound crazy, but for the most part, these people were very intelligent, and they weren't just worshiping. They say, oh, they were doing these things just because they felt like the sun wasn't going to come up or the moon wasn't going to come out. I'm like, come on, give these people a break. they were not doing these things because they felt like the sun wasn't going to come up or the moon wasn't. Like
Well,
they
who
just,
said that though?
never
you know
heard
the ancient people thought the sun wasn't gonna come up. Well, who said that?
well, they were sacrificing people because they were saying that they wanted to make sure the sun came up or the moon came out. It's like no.
The sun is always out.
That's what I'm saying. But they're trying to say that, they were saying that the devil is the evil. They were saying, instead of saying evil, they were saying the evil, which made us know of the devil. And it's like when you start to read about how they try to make these people were seafarers, they were shipbuilders, they were navigating the oceans, they were circumventing all types of continents. These people were not, when I look into it, I'm like, these people were very intelligent. Come on, don't do that. So
Yeah.
there's a movement out there, and they're actually looking at things in a different perspective, and they're saying that, hey, a lot of the reason why these people were reverted back to the Stone Age or the quote unquote Stone Age is because of these cataclysms that, and I believe that the Most High God caused the cataclysms, because I'm just going to say that I take that as because he caused the flood.
Yeah.
It caused the flood. So once those people were at the flood, it started everything back over to square one. And then you go look at the Minoans, who they say were the Atlanteans. They actually, I saw that on the History Channel. They had a huge earthquake. All that was wiped out. Volcanic eruption. All that started everything over. So, and that's kind of what's happening here today. When you look at the United States, they're saying that we're due for a huge earthquake. We're due for volcanic eruptions. If you look at California, where you guys are, unfortunately, they divide.
I'm not in California.
Oh, you guys
Good.
We in a rocket ship right now. That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. You know what, AD? I got
seems
the
like-
same thing going on with you. My cat is like,
Yeah.
It's
Hey.
Mercury retrograde this week.
Yeah, they roaming during the retrograde. They all over the
animals
place.
are like,
Hey.
All the animals tripping. That's right.
That's what's the name of your cat?
gosh, my cat name. And she's over here really acting up. She's getting all tangled all on my computer. Her name is it's Asia, but we call her Kit Kat.
that's cute.
Little Kit Kat.
I had a chicken once, a rooster. I called them Kellogg's.
You had a
Shut
chick-
up.
Oh my god, I want a rooster.
I was in Stockton. They have they had like this farmland, and I thought I could handle a rooster, and I bought it, and it was
Every morning, huh?
Oh yeah, man! I had to get rid of it the first night because I didn't know they crow like that. It was like, I was like, oh hell no! That shit was just like 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
He outside my window, and then they fast too. Once he knew that I was trying to get him, because I tried to get him, and then it turned into that to.
Wow.
I was coming after him, and then it was like he knew that, so it was like he watched me. You can't catch no rooster. So I was, my dogs couldn't even do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like then the police came the next day because he was like getting up early. I'm talking about 5, 4, and it was just like wilding
Like a
out. Like
dawn?
yeah, it was like and it was like making his crow was crazy.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, and it was like real loud and real outside. But then when I tried to catch him, he was just my enemy. And then it was like kind of like plaguing me. So I finally caught him. I had to sneak up and I caught where he was at. You know what I mean?
Why'd you name him Kellogg's?
Cornflakes, man. You know the
Yeah.
logo on there. And that's it.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
Roaster.
I gave him to my friend out there. My friend who has like a farm of roosters and chickens and stuff. And then my rooster was little compared to this. He had roosters like I didn't know they was that big. Miles was like, and I thought he was the biggest rooster. You know what I mean? He was he was Kellogg's too because he was a little bit green on the neck. You know what I'm saying? He had this little color on him. But I would never get a rooster again, and I would suggest no one get a rooster.
That's an alarm clock right
Yeah,
there.
for sure.
I didn't know that.
For sure.
He
That's
was
a live alarm
on
clock.
that.
As soon as they see the sun, they
They
wake
up,
everybody up.
The cop was like, this female cop came up. She was like, you know, you probably new to this. You didn't know, huh? But we don't want to take him out, but we're gonna probably have to take him out.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was like, Dad, I want to see Kellogg's go out like that. But when he starts squirking, whatever you call it, crowing, you know what I'm saying, 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Crowing 3 times. And she knows what I'm talking about. I'm just joking. That's
Yeah,
what
I
it is. I'm a
got you.
Christ. And then it's just horrible.
You had to hit the snooze on that alarm clock right there.
Yeah. Original alarm clock will keep you up. So don't get a rooster if you're not ready for it. But I wish at that time I wished for a fox.
Yeah, then
That's
so
kind
loud.
of dark. I'm sorry. That's not in the neck.
The fox would have ate the rooster.
For
That's
sure.
what I'm saying.
You got it at the right
But
time.
if I'd have had rooster seeds, a rooster and a fox, how would I get them on one side of the street than the other without one eating the other?
It would have
That's
been a fox chase.
There you go. That's oh man, yo, you got anything else you want to say, Queen? I'm Neptali.
We got some super chats
Tell
for
your
you.
husband. Okay.
Somebody,
Oh, yeah.
somebody's asking, who's your jeweler?
I just bought this. This isn't anything that's made. I just bought this at the store, so it just says blessed. But yeah, it's just something that, you know, girl costume jewelry. Nothing super fancy.
Nice. Well, shout out to Kermit Allen for the jeweler question. Also, we got somebody here. Ceaseless One says, thank you, Sister Naphtali. Great build.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much. And check me out. My channel, again, is Naphtali, ADUIC. And it's also New School of Thought, because I'm bringing New School of Thought. That's
Nice.
That's what I do.
And the link to your channel is in the description.
Thank you.
I'm definitely not scared of this new thought. AD's been talking about astrology since we've been up here, and it's like I embrace it. You know, different type of you get different type of. It's like a puzzle, like a jigsaw. You gotta put them all together. Like you said, here a little, there a little.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So yeah, I wanna. Yep. So I thank you so much for having me. I have 2 channels. So my backup channel is New School of Thought, but my main channel is Naphtali ADUIC. So I want to make sure you guys find that one.
When you gonna have me on your show?
I just was saying that you guys gotta come over and, you know, build with me. Hopefully Rasul will come. You know, he's kind of quiet, so I don't know. I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, all right. Rasul gets angry. He gets angry.
Yo, I'm not angry. Yo, I'm just letting her build.
Hey,
it's your show.
All right. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Let us know and we'll set it up.
Well, yeah. So yeah, Killah Priest, I'll be in touch, and I'd love to have you guys over, and you know, we can definitely put on a great show, and you guys can teach me something.
Mondays and Wednesdays are best. We'll have to figure it out. Maybe in the daytime.
Yeah.
Before our show.
When we're gonna go to Dro, man? When we're gonna do like an extra day and go to Dro. Because Dro, shout out to Dro, man. Dro been talking to me, and he's trying to get us over there. So we got to take one day and just go over there and just knock out one of his because he got a nice spot, my spot ready too.
We gotta check it out. See what's up with the technical part.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, guys.
Thank you so much, Queen. Appreciate you.
Shalom.
All right.
What's up with everybody?
Peace out, Naphtali.
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah, that was good.
Like on the show, I want y'all to know, you know, when I ask, you know, if you start talking about spirituality, you know, it's still all love. You know what I'm saying? When we talking, me and Rasul, we go back and forth like that because it's her show and I want her to build. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
At the
that's
end of
why I
the day,
didn't really want to.
yeah. I just want her to come on because she came here to do her job. And you, Myeoshe,
What?
you said you had all of this stuff.
No, but
You folded up.
I was listening to her, and when she talked about Europe, and I seen in the chat room they were saying Europe. I have a list, you guys. I get tongue tied sometimes. Yoruba. It makes sense because Yemaya is the queen of from West Africa and of the sea, and that's where she's from.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about that.
And she, that's why we have hurricanes and storms, because I guess in the slave ships, when they took the slaves from Africa, they trailed through those waters, and that's why we have hurricanes and things, because it's like flying out for the ancestors and the blood that they shed. So.
Oh, okay. What's that again? What's
Yemaya.
Yemaya, and who's Yemaya?
She's the queen of the sea, West Africa, Yoruba. She's a mother of nurturing, self-esteem, fertility, and emotional support.
And
But
who? Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go. You was about to
Who
ask me.
worshipped her? And was she what
She's
type
a She's supposed to be the queen of the sea, so she's a mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
They worship her with shells. Shells. The color blue. Different days. I know one day. Her days are. One day is coming up September 7th.
Right.
And she's just the queen of the sea.
Okay.
And her rage is where
So
hurricane.
like Tiamat.
Yeah.
It's a correlation. That's a connection.
So when she was
to-
building, it made sense.
Right.
So it wasn't no need for me to like really chime in, but to just listen. I'm a student at heart.
But I mean, you know what I meant when you said you was gonna go in.
Yeah, but I
'Cause
asked
wanna
her,
know-
and then
yeah, y'all did.
when she
straighten
said
it out.
something about Europe and it said Yoruba, that made sense. So that's where Yemaya came from.
Nice. Okay. That's a good build. That's a good build. All right. So we got that mermaid. Can I say one thing about the mermaid? Because I can't leave that. The mermaid. Ghost told me a story because he went out to the wood. He went out to Africa and went to go find healing for his diabetes. And he told me that he went to it was dark and they were worshiping and they told him about mother waters. He said, but they were Muslims. You know, so he said that they would pray, it would rain on one side, and he said he saw it. And I really believe him because he said that it would rain on one side of in the rainforest in Africa and on the other side. And I was like, whoa, did you see this mother waters? He said, I can't really remember, but he said that they called on this mother water. It said that this lady lived in the ocean. Maybe that's a connection, something.
And I could tell her. She's associated with the moon and sorcery too, so.
Well, good old Mother Earth.
Yeah.
You know,
I like today.
Mother Nature. You like it?
Yeah, I do. Also, going back to what Queen had mentioned, I like the fact that she got the foundation from the Bible, so it helps us, with the Bible and then all the other teachings. So, like, it's a puzzle. Like she said, it's a chicken bone. You take whatever you don't want, you spit it out.
Right. Well, maybe if brothers and sisters read the Bible like that, they could see a different type of side of it instead of the way that we was taught to read it.
Right.
So a lot of people they don't even know some of the scriptures or even go into it.
Right.
To know certain things. So if you read it on another, but take baby steps. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying just go up there and read Revelations 13th chapter. You know what that says, right?
But that's why he feed us milk, then he give us solid food. But also in the Bible, Daniel 2 verse 22, it says
That's
that
a hard book too.
the Lord will reveal deep and hidden things. So it's levels to it. So I like how she broke it down and how she mentioned it, like
That was dope.
chicken bones. Eat it, whatever is not good for for your soul or whatever you need, spit it out. Kind of like how I feel.
Yeah, I know a couple people that love chicken bones. No, for real, they would eat them.
Yeah, because the bone marrow.
Yeah.
And just eat it and chew on it. That's southern. That's
yeah.
country stuff. Oh my God, that's country.
Eat your
Like ain't no meat on that bone. Like
No, there's still more in there.
Yeah. Some people read above the word. Yeah, levels. It's all levels in everything that you study.
absolutely.
You're not going to get to, you remember the Dogon? Oh, we want y'all back on here too. To the Dogon brothers out in London. We're going to get y'all back on here because I didn't know if they were saying they were actual Dogons.
No. No. Don't try to. No.
But if you are, you have to come back on the show because I was thrown off. I was, you know what I mean? Were they saying that they were from the Dogons? And if they were, we're gonna invite y'all back because y'all have to explain that
I don't.
clearly to me.
Now listen, Mr. Scranton,
Yeah,
right?
Laird.
Mr. Laird Scranton.
yeah.
Shout out to Mr. Laird Scranton. He actually, you know, right?
I'm not laughing.
You're making me laugh. But I don't know. I mean, Scranton's story is different from their story. These guys, they said nobody penetrated the mystery system, okay? Nobody. You know, we asked him, was the Netters real? And he said, you know, that goes back to the Dogon, you know? That's what he said. And we asked him and said, well, where's the priest who can explain this? He said he went to the netherworld. Right? So we need to have, is there some kind of like, you know what I mean, priest? Like,
we're gonna
where
get
is
them back,
it has to be somebody over him.
Yeah, but we
Know what I'm saying?
We try to figure that out. And he told us that the master of the that was crazy, man. That was kind of crazy. So we have to get clear on that. All right. Y'all still up in the building, man. Shout out to Vinny and shout out to Voltage too, because we saw him come through. We're gonna dedicate this show to Voltage tonight,
Absolutely.
man. Too.
Shout out to Voltage.
Yes.
Controller.
And we're gonna call, man. It was such a great build of that. Somebody said Nibiru. Yeah, you start hearing those things. You know, you start putting stuff. I like when things start adding up like that because it makes you think outside the box. It's fun to do. You know, it's just like a jigsaw puzzle for esoteric. You know, you start going and start connecting little dots and stuff like that. All right. Yeah, somebody said the Vedas, the Vishnus, and well, I'm gonna ask you. And Sue, did you see? I'm gonna tell you one thing about Naphtali. Did you hear how many books she just bust off?
Oh yeah.
That's what intrigues me about it, because you would think, and she'll just be like, yeah, the Atrahasas and the what's the name of the blah, 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 blah. And she really knows.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, they sit down with her and they can't hang with her. You know what I mean? Knowledge. Well, you in her battle. That's a little bit.
I'm not in there. I'm not.
No.
That one time. Yeah. We did.
She on point.
What was we? I forget. I can't even remember. But yeah, she came in.
Special night. It was.
Yeah, you know, Naphtali is like, she's like the new, like she's coming into the information and she's really taking it seriously, and you know what I mean. She really going in and asking some questions. The Israelites got to watch out because she's going to ask these questions.
Yeah.
You got to have some answers for these questions,
well,
you know?
She studies.
She studies. So there's always
Show
have
yourself approved.
you got to have a question for these
Myeoshe
answer for
coming up,
these
right?
things, you know?
Myeoshe coming up too.
We can go into it.
Yeah, exactly.
We get into it, whatever, you know.
Beautiful
For
queen
y'all,
with a
I was
beautiful
just saying that you know, it don't go all back to one individual, you know what I'm saying?
We got it.
We got it. We're gonna leave him alone.
Leave.
I'm gonna leave it alone. I just can't stay where everybody jump on York because he's not around.
Well, no, I understand that,
We're gonna
but
leave it alone.
We're not going there right
listen,
now.
man. Listen,
We're not going there.
it's
We're
the
landing
burden.
plane.
You know, here's the
No, we
thing.
got
No.
you to first.
Well, no, I'll say this. Can I say this?
Go ahead.
Because Priest is from Brooklyn, so he has every right to say that. You know what I'm saying? And what Dr. York was doing at the time. So, yeah, you know, Dr. York proclaimed I am the one who can translate all of this stuff. Don't read those books. Read these books. And that's what happened. Happened to a lot of people. Say, oh, we don't want to read all that stuff. And they just went and read his books and didn't do the cross-reference for it. So, you know, you can't do that.
Well, if you hear Neptali, we're gonna end it for you.
Well, she was
Please.
Oh, right.
Because Myeoshe's uncomfortable.
I'm over York.
Oh yeah. Overjoyed.
No, I don't know nothing about him.
Overjoyed.
Clearly,
You don't spark so soon because I'm gonna start off again.
I don't want to know nothing about York.
Oh hell!
Right.
Well, I spoke to his son. Well, all right, let me leave it alone, y'all.
I just want to say, Queen had
Peace.
a beautiful
Yeah,
mind.
thank you so
beautiful
much.
knowledge. Continue to uplift the rest.
And shout out to we gotta get Chuck Morgan back on here. Chuck Morgan.
See, that's
Chuck
opening
Morgan
up a
too.
whole.
No, I like when he talked. I like Chuck. When Chuck was here, was very. We didn't have Chuck. We didn't have Tahuti, and we had Billy Carson.
That's what I was about to say. Billy Carson.
Well, he actually,
You know,
he's
Carson
actually
talks
been
about
in
it.
touch with the beans.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Now, me and Chuck would probably, I don't know. Shout out to Billy Carson, by the way, in Downey Arcade. I don't know. But, you know, a lot of us, here's the thing. Maybe Carson is in touch with him. But, you know, Doc transforming to be one size to the, that's been debunked.
Well, there was brothers that said they were.
you
You already know
there's
there's a
call
brother.
you
There was a brother who said he was that he was beamed up to the seventh heaven, and he came
I
back
know who
and
you
spoke
talking.
7 languages. Real talk. Some of y'all
Stop
might
it.
do it. 'Cause
Stop it. When does it stop?
When Martin stopped, shout out, I love Martin. Martin said he
When
smoked
does it
that
stop?
weed.
Shout out to
said-
Coach Kandaka. Billy Carson is a Virgo.
Oh wow,
He is a Virgo. Yep. So happy birthday to Billy Carson.
Well, so is Nas. Which one
Happy
got what?
birthday to
Michael
Nas.
Jackson?
He about, was he?
Got a bunch of Virgos, man. It's y'all turn. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, you know.
Shout out to the Virgos. Wait a minute, somebody else is a Virgo. Besides my son, I figured out. Oh, Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick
He's a
Mahomes.
Virgin.
shout out to the Chiefs.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Chiefs. I think it's the same
Virgo.
day as Coach, if I'm not mistaken. Shout out Virgos. Today it's somebody else. It just passed my mind. Well, AD, can we go to the music?
Yeah.
I got one question for AD.
All right.
Geminis, Geminis, and Pisces.
Yeah.
Similarities. 2 fish, 2 people.
Male or female?
Is there male, female fish?
I mean, it does make a difference.
Okay.
Kinda.
I got to take your word for it. I don't, you know what I'm saying? You the master of the astrology.
What you asking?
Is there any similarities there going on?
Yeah, there's a duality happening. There's 4 signs that have dualities, but with Pisces it's 2 fists. With Geminis are the twins. They're Pollock and Castor in the Bible. So that's
Hold on.
They're the Holy
Pollock and
Spirit.
Who's Pollock and Castor?
Pollock and Castor. They're the twins. And
Well, who was Cain and Abel?
that's the
Were they
left brain
twins?
and the right brain. I'm getting crazy on it, but it's biological. But
Who's
yeah,
Jacob and Esau then? I never heard of Pollock and Castor. You ever heard of
yeah, Pollock
Yeah,
and
I
Castor.
haven't.
Those are the twins. But
From where?
in the Bible, anytime you see twins in the Bible, that's an astrological reference to Gemini.
Land of
But,
milk and
but
honey.
kind of like from
So they wasn't real people, brother?
Oh no, that's a literal interpretation.
So what was? Hold on, though. Naphtali just broke down how the extraterrestrials from the. So
Yeah,
you don't agree with that?
Well, no, she's speaking on the literal interpretation.
Oh, the literal interpretation. So is
Yeah.
the literal interpretation real, or
Well,
the
it
astrological
exists.
Well,
interpretation?
she just
it's
spoke
okay.
on there.
It
But he
exists
said-
for a reason, and it's okay,
Okay.
to speak on the literal. Just like how we talk about, Iron Man, and we'll talk
Do you
about.
agree with her?
I agree with her 100%.
So you believe in the Anunnakis?
That's possible,
so
yeah.
Don't pressure that, man. You know what I mean?
But we have to be careful
It's
with.
something to
You
think
just
about.
threw it in
Yeah.
there,
Yeah,
though.
something to think about.
We have to
But-
understand all these interpretations are existing simultaneously. That's what makes it so beautiful.
So Cain and Abel is not the Geminis,
No, Cain and Abel represents the left brain and the right brain.
and Politis and what's his name?
I can't speak on that one. Yeah,
No, what's his name again?
Pollock and Castor
I would think that
are
was
the
two
twins.
people. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the Holy Spirit. That's the lungs. That's the arm. That's why Geminis have they're ready to get handsy.
No, I just want to ask this question.
Yeah.
Where is Paulette and Castor located at in the scriptures?
I can look it up.
And at school, it's Greek. For me.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
At
Never
school,
heard.
I
What?
learned that they were
Paulette
Greek.
and Castor.
Paulek?
Yeah.
Castor and
Castor?
Pollux.
Well, there you go. You just pulled it up. That's that would be is that Cain and Abel, Priest?
That's what I would think.
There
I
you
don't
go,
know. They
yeah.
just said I never heard of Paulette and Castor.
Well, it's another
I could be
rendition. Well, they tell you that the before the Bible was written, after it was written in Syriac, it was written into Greek.
That's
Right.
what I'm saying. They
So
were
who's
Right?
Paulette and
It's
Castor?
in the New Testament.
And according to that, that's the Greek rendition.
That's the Greek rendition.
Right.
That's
That's why
how
I
I
never
like
heard of
it.
him. That's why I never heard of
Yeah.
him. So is that Cain and Abel?
Yeah.
That would probably be Cain
All
and
right.
Abel.
So
yes.
so there you
But
go.
you don't want to read that. You want to read the original text.
Right. But
I see.
But
I know.
AD.
Yeah.
AD, I never heard of Polak and Castor.
Yeah,
but
it's the
what is he-
mythology of the Gemini, the twins.
The twins. So
Castor was the great horseman, and Pollux was a great fighter.
Wait a minute, hold on. Who's a
oh,
horseman?
oh.
Wait a minute, what's going on here?
see, go ahead, priest. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, we're gonna leave it alone.
Proceed
Somebody
on.
said Cain and Abel, they weren't twins. That is true. I don't know. How do you know? I don't know, but they
Well,
wasn't.
you know
That
what
is-
we should do?
That is true.
We should do a show. Is the Torah in the New Testament taken from the Sumerian tablets? Let's. Is it actually from that?
Well, that's a
text?
that's
Great, that'd be a great
something we
bill.
have Zion like, but that's something we can discuss. On
No,
the end.
actually, no, wrong.
On the
Is
end.
the Bible a part of astrology or astronomy? That'd be a nice one.
Well,
They
yes,
say-
Wait,
they
I'm
say-
sorry,
they
what
say
was the
that-
question?
that's
They
up
say
there with
that
AD.
it's,
What?
They say that they do. Go ahead.
Well, she got an answer.
Yeah,
What
it's
was it? You said
astro-theology.
astrology?
Astrology.
Is it based off astrology?
It's based out this. Okay, my
Okay.
teacher, my professor said the Bible is a little based out of astrology.
Indeed.
Mhm.
Well, we gotta have a show on it.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah, we dove a
Started
lot
having
into
this.
it before with Santos and everything. But yeah, it's astro-theology.
Yeah. Shout out to Santos. When we gonna
pretty
bring
cool.
Santos back?
We can. He has his own podcast right now, so he's gotten more busy. But we could set something up. We just gotta have the topic ready, you know.
Somebody said both. Shout out to Cain Samuel.
Yeah, but to answer
I
your
was-
question, yeah, Geminis are the twins. They have a duality, just as Pisces have a duality.
So is the two fish
Two
the
fish.
same two fish that Christ fed that turned into fed the multitude?
Yeah. Anytime you see the word two fish in the Bible, that's relating to Pisces. He's a fisherman.
on first?
Fisherman
What's
of men
Okay.
represents the age of Pisces, but technically that's over. Technically,
What age are we in?
we're going into the age of Aquarius. We're technically on the
I've been
cusp.
hearing that for a long time. Bro.
Yeah.
I'm
It was
ready to let's
already in
get
the
this.
age
Yeah,
of
let's get this on,
Aquarius.
man.
Right, yeah,
Try to-
the age of Pisces ended in December 21st, 2012. That's what the whole Mayan calendar thing was about. So follow me into the house where the man carrying a pitcher of water. So
There
that's
we go.
Aquarius. Yeah.
And that's air sign.
So that's what we're going into now. We're technically on the cusp, if you want to say it, but like we won't fully be into it in our generation. I don't think. Not until 2150, I think we'll officially be in the age of Aquarius. But we're already seeing the signs of it now with all the technology and internet runs everything. And you know, Aquarius is all about futurism. So we're getting very into knowledge. We're going from the sign of we left the sign of belief and make believe, which is Hollywood and all that, and now we're leaving that and going to the age of knowledge and information. That's why Hollywood is following, because Hollywood was so Pisces, acting and musicianship
And the Hollywood.
and illusions. Everything was based on illusions, but now the illusions are going away because people truth is coming out, and you know Aquariuses are known for being quite honest. So the honesty and knowledge is now taking over, and we're being reigned with the waters of Aquarius right now, the waters of knowledge.
Well, Aquarius is an air sign.
It is an air sign, but it's
So why is it
bearing the
red?
pitcher of water. You know what I'm saying? It is an air sign, but the air can also represent knowledge and information too, and thoughts and a lot of thinking.
Oh,
And
so
that's why.
what's the fish? I'm sorry.
Oh
cut
no,
your
go
wisdom.
ahead.
What's the fish catch? You said with the fishing net. Shout out to Chris. You can catch many fish.
Hmm.
Remember, I'll make you a fisher of men.
Hmm.
What's that one?
I can't break down that specific scripture. I know Santos probably can. I just know the fish represents Pisces.
Pisces.
Yeah, anytime you see the fish, it had to do with Pisces. But even the Pope's hat was a fish head.
Right.
But now it's over.
That's in
Well,
the
that's
New
Dagon.
Testament, though. That's a New Testament.
Yeah, the
That's
the
New
fish hat's
Testament.
done.
Always separate them too.
The fish is technically
You have the
over
Torah.
now. Mhm.
Remember, you have the Torah.
But he
You
doesn't
had
know
the
the Torah.
Synoptic
He doesn't-
Gospels.
he doesn't know.
I can't speak on the Torah.
You can't speak on the
I don't
Torah?
feel qualified to. No, I can only speak on the Bible and astrology and its
Okay, so-
connection.
I give him that because he's not gonna. He's not. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Astrology-
Santos can do
Wait,
all that. Santos has read every
So you
single
saying-
biblical.
So you,
He read the Nomos
Yeah,
and
so
He
hold
read
on.
everything.
He read everything. He read the ancient
He read
tablets.
the Bhagavad Gita. I
Yeah.
don't know how if I pronounce that.
He read it
the
in the actual
Torah.
language, priest.
Dude, Santos Bonacci has all that knowledge,
Yeah.
man. It's
Oh, the
ridiculous.
bag of Evita.
You gotta check
She
it
read
out.
the bag of Evita.
Oh,
He's
nice. Bhagavad
So
Gita.
Santos is your master teacher. Is that true?
I just listen to him the most because he has the most. He presents the knowledge the most clearly
To you,
by
right?
comparison, from what I've seen. Yeah,
Or
yeah.
to the world.
To the world, yeah. Astro-theology. He's Mr. Astro-theology.
Yeah.
Remember, Santos had the what was his name that came on the show from Santos show? He was pretty
Oh yeah,
good
yeah.
with the cards.
The numerologist.
Yeah. What's his name? Let's get him
Logan.
back. Logan.
Yeah, we can get
That
him
was
back
kinda
anytime.
dope. That was kind of dope.
Yeah,
Shout out to
Logan had a lot of knowledge.
I know somebody who was talking to him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's
Shout
getting-
out to Betty Boop.
He's getting more
You want to know
famous.
what the so Santos? He can predict certain things too.
I don't want to say he's a predictor. He just knows all
He
the
just knows the information.
all the ancient texts very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's impressive. You'll see.
No, I've seen him. I've already seen him.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
bag of the bag of Gavita.
Bhagavad
I
Gita.
can't. I know. I can't
Bhagavad
pronounce it.
Gita.
And everyone's getting ready to throw a
Bhagavad
fire up in there. They
Gita.
says, yeah.
Metaphysical doctors that know all this stuff. But yeah,
Yeah, I
you'll be able
remember
to
he's
see
Young
the
Pop.
past episode where we had him on.
They're going to get dirty. You're going to spill something on them. And what do we do when they're brand new?
So y'all can look up the Killah Priest podcast with Logan Jason, and he goes into the numerology. So that's pretty interesting.
Logan is.
But
That's right, they
I hope
say.
I answered your question.
Yeah. Shout out to.
You were talking
the-
about Geminis.
Yeah. Well, Geminis. Shout out to Geminis.
They're very
My son-
powerful
my son
signs.
is a Gemini.
Just because they communicate so much,
Yeah.
and they're not afraid to speak up.
With
So
Tupac and then Kanye West, he likes to say.
yeah,
Okay, we can get into that, but we didn't show that. Oh, when y'all go home, or y'all already home, check out that Tiffany Haddish, man. Have you seen that?
You keep telling I didn't see that. Is this new?
It's about rituals, man. That's crazy. Yeah, it was weird as hell. Weird as hell. It's Tiffany Haddish
Haddish.
and Aries Spears.
Aries Spears. Who's that guy?
Have you
He's a
seen it, AD?
comedian.
Let's show it one time.
He's
okay.
Aries Spears.
I don't know what I'm looking at, but
Just YouTube Tiffany Haddish,
It's kind of wild out.
and they're getting sued for this right now. All right, go down. They're getting sued. Let me show you.
I think they took
Actually, the
it
one
down.
they took it down.
They took
No, here it goes.
Is
Yeah.
that the video? Oh.
Show this. All right, now listen. I'm gonna prepare y'all for this. Let me just say this. It's disturbing, really disturbing.
okay. So we're watching someone else's channel that's talking about it.
All right, you can go.
Video. But I hate just saying it. Know it.
You talk
But
about
that
rituals
video-
and system. Check out this.
Look, do whatever Uncle Pete asks you to do, okay? Be good. All right, thank you so much. If you need anything, just call me, okay?
Now this one is gonna be covered, right? They're gonna cover the child on this one. What's this? Yeah, this is weird.
The child is supposedly right now naked, right?
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is weird.
The
This is on
child
some
is-
ritual. That's why. Look, watch this part.
Why would he do that? That's disgusting. Not even funny.
It's not.
Wow.
It's stupid.
I don't even get it. Look at this, yo.
But why would he put himself out there like that's crazy?
We can't even.
Aries
Too
Spears.
much.
And that was a bigger one than the one we saw. No, he's looking at the. He's looking,
He's
at, the
looking at the
kid.
child.
No.
But and Tiffany keep bringing it. It's going to continue happening in different scenes. Then he get into a tub with the kid. Spoiler alert.
Dude, that's weird,
She
man.
said this just came out, Priest.
Yeah, but they had this because he talked about Lizzo, and then they got mad. The powers that be, you know what I'm saying? It's so funny that when he mentioned Lizzo, wait, they kind of like put this out right after that.
Crazy, yo.
How is that supposed to be entertaining or funny?
It's not.
That sucks because I thought Aries Spears was dope. I liked his
I love Aries
impersonations. Remember, he did some good impersonations of like
now
Jay
he about to do
Z.
some real impersonation.
What the hell, man?
Yeah.
Now, was that wasn't like no professional
No, that's some kind of
Nah.
YouTube skit, right?
YouTube skit or something like that? What was
You have
that?
to watch the whole thing. It's
got-
weird as
yeah,
hell,
yeah.
yo. It's weird. And then she keeps bringing him to do a pedophile, and you can't even put it to what it's for.
Right. Because the child.
I'm trying to see. Yeah, I'm trying to see what it is so disturbing. Shout out to
our
late.
child is looking at.
Oh, yeah, that's
fucking
bad.
weird. That shit is. I'm sorry.
They got the child, and I don't get it. If they was looking, maybe they could help us out in the chat. It says yes, but this. Let me see. Never saw that. Oh wait. And they're both in trouble. It's on the news and it's all on the internet. They're trying to deny that it was them in it. And it's just weird as hell. You talking about trial
trying to-
Trying to
sacrifice?
deny it?
They're not
Wow.
trying to deny it. Let's not say that.
Yeah, what you
They're
saying?
trying. One comment that I seen from Tiffany Haddish is that she's saying that she wished she didn't know that they were. She wished she would have never been a part of this film. I guess it was supposed to be a film, and that she didn't know that it was geared towards a negative personation about children. That's what she's saying. She hasn't said anything.
Also, they playing R. Kelly in it. Yes, they're playing R. Kelly in it. It's the weirdest. Yo, so when you watch this, AD, later we're going to do it off the air and y'all do it off
Nah, I'm good on that.
I don't know. I can't even watch it.
I don't even want to watch the shit.
I can't even watch it.
I'm good.
It's so disturbing. And she keeps bringing the child back. That's all I'm saying.
Telling the child to listen. Like, listen and do whatever Uncle Pete says.
Like 5 times. Do whatever Uncle Pete says. Then they got the little child. Being creepy.
He's like jacking off
a water gun or something. And now the kid is grown up and he's suing. Because he said that they were inappropriate with him.
Or the parents, somebody. Yeah. It's just real. I just wish she would have never been a part of that.
I just don't see the intention, like what they were thinking.
Yeah, like, I don't really. That's what I'm thinking. Like, why would you sign up for something like that? Or they must have really needed some money.
Who wrote that script?
I think they was in drugs or something.
Yeah, it did look. It looked weird.
He looked like he's on drugs.
Yeah, it looks like he's on drugs, yo.
All right.
Don't sell your soul.
All right, so we're gonna go on to the song
Jimmy
promotions.
B I know Jimmy B. Check it out when you get time. Jimmy B said, "Wow, yeah, that's what I said."
All right.
We gotta throw this away.
Well, we're going on to the song promotions now.
Yep.
So this is where we play tracks that were submitted to the show. The first track we're playing is by Fella B from Melbourne, Australia. It's called "Nothing to It." Let's go. It needs a bass present, some more bass. There's something in the bass happening in the background, and that needs to be out more. Need more of like boom, boom. Either that or more thump in the kick. I would lower the flute too if possible, but it's cool. I love the ethnic sound. I like the it's kind of an awkward type of sample, but it still sounds dope. It's cool. I would just, like I said, add more bass presence or more thump to that kick. That's all I gotta say. What y'all think?
There you go.
I like it. It was cool. I like it.
It was cool.
Like the flute.
I like that. I was just about to say I like the flutes in the background. Give me hippie
I agree
vibes.
with AD though. You know, you guys gotta hit AD up, man. You might tune your beats up, yo. I don't know if they listening to when you say that, AD.
I mean, I don't want too many people hitting me up.
Well, you right.
I can get overwhelmed. But yeah, they just gotta work on that mix, I think.
It was alright. I
It's
mean, the
small
beat
things.
was okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, this next one is by Deadbeat Dylan from the 617. Name of the song is called Murderous. Here we go. It's a dark Wu-Tang type beat.
Okay.
Dallas loves it. I can see how he would.
That beat is fire. I like that beat too.
Yeah, I like Obadiah says it's tranquilizing. I think that's a good word for this. It would take a certain type of lyricist to give it justice. I like how it changes up. There's an A part and a B part and a C part.
That beat is fire. I like that. Shout out to Jason.
The mix is good.
Hold on, we got Dro calling.
I like that I can hear Method in the background and it's not too loud. He's just slightly there.
Yeah, that was dope.
Good mix.
Awesome.
Good mix. Deadbeat Dylan.
Deadbeat
I think it was
Dylan.
good. Yeah. Nothing stood out too loud. Nothing was too overbearing. I think that definitely has potential for someone to do something.
You get five MPs for that.
Yeah. I wasn't sure at first.
There you go.
But
And you get 5 NPCs for that.
Yo, Dro, you hear me?
Like that?
I like that. 5 NPCs.
Shout out to Dro. Dro just called in.
What up, Joe?
What's up with you, AD? Peace to you, brother.
Chilling.
Peace.
We live.
Peace.
What up,
sir,
Dro?
Yes, sir. How everybody doing?
Yeah, we doing good.
Yeah, we doing good, my brother. What's up with you?
Hey, is Philly in the building?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm right here. What's going on, man? What up, Dro?
Not much. How you living, man? How you been, brother?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Man, you know God is good, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
God is great.
Hey.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Hey.
That's what I'm talking about. You gotta come holler at us, man.
What's the topic of the day? What y'all talking about, man? I just got on.
Oh, man. We finished, brother. I thought you just called it to just shout us out or whatever.
I am shouting y'all out. That's what I said. What was the topic of it?
Oh, the topic.
I seen it was over.
Oh, the topic was great. It was about fallen angels. It was Sister Neptali came on here, and it was a female, and just dropped it. It just was dropping a lot of jewels about the fallen angels, how they kind of like, sort of like what you was talking about a little earlier, how they taught man how to make wars and weapons and stuff like that. It was very interesting.
Yeah. You got to remember, the fallen angels used to be with God. That's what everybody got to remember. It's like a former Wu-Tang member leaving. He know everything about the Wu-Tang.
Right.
So he can go and become RZA or Jizza and just flip it total darkness. To have everybody thinking something different. Or he can flip it to light. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you want to do, because I'm saying that to say Satan know the Bible better than any human being ever would.
That is right.
That's why he flipped. That's why anybody who believe in anything other than God, that's why they refer to things in the Bible. Because Satan let them know everything that's in the Bible, but he just put it in his perspective. They take it. That's why Satan says, so as happens above, happens below. He says, whatever God can give, I can give.
Dropping it.
See, the difference is, it's like having a fat chick or a skinny chick. Which one gonna give you more?
Of course.
See,
Well, what do you say?
I'm trying to tell you the fat chick will because she's healthier. But what if the skinny chick is spiritually healthy?
That's true. That's true. I was about to say that.
She gonna give you more.
Yeah.
Unless she's a vegan.
Come
See
on.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's what I'm
she
saying.
gotta
The
be a
devil is like a starving female. He real anorexic. But in this anorexic stage, he's still brilliant.
Indeed. I like the way you broke
He'll
that
make
down.
you think he's skinny because he want to be.
So,
But really, he's skinny because he's dying.
Yeah.
Like
That's
if
hard.
you watch anybody, they always shrivel up and turn back into a baby. But then as you get older, you start to shrivel up. See what I'm saying? So all it is life is a cycle, bro. And that's why when me and you be talking, and I tell you, you know, I can't fathom a person saying, like, you got people that'll say, for instance, they'll say, oh, it's a higher power. I don't know if it's God. So if you saying a higher power ain't God, who is he then? If it ain't God, who is it? You got to be serving the devil if the higher power is not God. See, but when you speaking about God, you say the Most High, or the one true God, or the God Almighty, and then people will know who you're talking about. But if you're just saying, "Oh, I believe that there's a higher power," the higher power can be anything. You can be worshiping a plate of top ramen. You can think that's a higher power. I'm serious. You got people out here worship noodles, calves, chickens, fat belly Asian that lived on Earth 300 years ago. That they call him Buddha.
Oh yeah.
Then you know you got other Kabbalahs. They looking at a dolphin. Like you got all these different religions that say that's their higher power. But how can something that once lived here be a higher power? Think about it, please.
Yeah,
how can something that lived here be a higher power? That's like when the Muslims say Elijah Muhammad was the Messiah. How can you say that about an average man? How can he be the Messiah? Did he perform any miracles? There was only one Messiah. It's proven facts that Jesus lived. It's proven facts that Jesus walked this earth, and it's proven facts that Jesus did the things he did. And then you'll have some people that'll say, "Well, how we know the Bible real? It's been rewritten over 100 times." Okay, and they all say the same thing, all 100 times. See, if you try to change God's word, you'll go crazy. Because he won't allow you to.
Well, let's get you on. Right.
What'd you say?
I said, well, let's set it up and get you on maybe the bill for like 30 minutes or even if you want to go longer. You know what I'm saying? Let's get up and let's get you a presentation and let you build, because what you're saying, I know you got a message. You always got something that's profound. And one thing about your spirit, it comes from a divine, real, genuine spot. You know what I'm saying? So let's get you up here when we have enough time. We finish building for the day. We try to get up out of here. And you talk about ramen noodles.
Well, listen, brother, whenever you want to talk about the Heavenly Father,
right, no
and
doubt,
real life facts, and I love for some people to get on there and try to contest it. I don't have to argue. See, my Heavenly Father when he put his Holy Spirit upon you, you don't have to argue with nobody.
Right.
You hit them with facts and you let them argue with themselves.
There you go.
And then when they hang up, even though they was trying to argue their point, they gonna go do research. And if they go do research, guess what me and you, Philly and AD did? We set up the foundation for them to even go seek God.
Hey.
So how you think God gonna look at all us?
Yeah.
He gonna say thank y'all.
Man.
So yeah, bro. Just you know, hey, what you doing tomorrow?
Beautiful, man. I'll tell you when we get off the air.
All right. Well, y'all still on the air?
Yeah, we on the air.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Call me back. I love y'all, man. And there's nothing higher than the one true God. Just remember that.
All right.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dro.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dro.
That's right.
All right, Dro, man.
Shout out to Watts, too.
What's up?
Shout out to everybody in Watts.
All right, let's do
All
it.
right. Next up now, we got a submission here from Lance Mitchell called Juneau, Alaska.
Shout out to Lance, man. Shout out to Lance. He made it happen. He's still watching the show. Shout out to Lance.
Here we go. And the name of the track is called Smile.
When the night is dark and you're helpless, just release your feet. You gotta light a spark and be selfless, and the skies will clear. Time to make your mark, this is endless. Start a new frontier. Be the foot of love, share your passion, go and take the drive.
Wow.
Yo.
Power from above, it's compassion. Show them all your smile.
Man, Lance.
Change their minds and let the negativity go. Read the signs, go and spread the seed they sow. Smile their hearts and show them that they can be whole. At the start, help them feel the joy in their soul. Be the part of love, share your passion. Go and take the trial. Power from above, it's compassion.
Wow.
Show them all your smile.
Wow.
Just convert the bad stuff into laughter.
It's a single right here, right?
Yeah.
To choose one to look after.
like, like Biggie right there.
Be the fault of love.
You know there's a
Share
video.
your passion. Go and take the fire. Power from above. It's compassion. Show them all your style.
Yes.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hallelujah. Praise
Yo,
the Lord.
That was
Praise
an
the Lord.
organic track. That was an organic track. They
Praise
just,
the Lord.
that was a performance video. They just recorded it and filmed it. I love it.
That was hard.
From scratch with the drums.
I don't
the
know
full
what's going
band.
on tonight.
That was great.
I think we got the spirit. The spirit is in the house.
Yes, that was good energy.
Spirit is in the house.
That's
and
what we need.
here on a Killah Priest Podcraft. Let's say hallelujah one more time. One more time.
Yeah.
In fact, give yourself a round of applause, Killah Priest, just for being Killah Priest, because
and shout out to Lance because he just hit me, man. Lance Mitchell, man.
Oh, you know he hit you up?
Yeah,
is that who that
from
was?
Alaska? Yeah,
Is that
oh,
him?
word?
Yeah,
that's
that's
awesome.
great, man.
Shout out
Just
to
hit
Lance,
me.
man.
Yo.
I'm shouting him out. I'm telling him right now.
Praise
He's
the
watching.
Lord.
He's watching right now.
Is he the one you did that performance with?
Yes.
I knew it.
Yes.
I knew it. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember, but we ended the show one time when Priest was in Alaska, and I played. I just found like a live video that you recently or someone posted.
Yeah.
And you were with someone that was like a positive energy type of band, and
Let's
you were
get
rapping
litty.
on it.
Yeah, yeah. Let's
Yeah.
get litty. Shout out,
You
shout
killed
out-
that.
Yeah, shout out to
Can
Lance.
we just get an
Dude,
amen?
That was great.
Can we get an amen?
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. Just amen for the
Yeah, that was great.
The spirit is.
The
I mean,
spirit
that was
is
that was
moving.
great,
It's
man.
moving.
Shout out to Lance Mitchell. If y'all want to check out his music, you can just go to Lance Mitchell. He just hit me up. That was a breath of holy fresh air.
Yeah. The mix was good.
Amen. Amen. Praise the Lord.
The production was good.
That's Dro, man. Dro brought all that good spirit on here,
That's
man.
what it was. Yo, it's kind of crazy because Dro was speaking about the Lord.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. And then this brother video comes on.
It goes into it.
The spirit is definitely with us tonight.
Hey.
And we gotta say amen.
Don't forget about Naphtali.
And Naphtali coming in talking about the angelic beings.
Hey, it's one of those nights.
It was good.
One of those nights
like
I
the
feel
video.
like getting down.
It's moving. It's moving. The spirit moves. It flows.
Grooving.
It moves and grooves and it flows.
It's grooving.
I like the studio video. It was cool to see everyone playing everything.
So Vinny said it was uplifting.
I would like to see it probably done where it's like they're standing up and there's lights moving, more of a performance on stage type of look rather than a sitting down on the guitars type of look. I get it. It's organic and raw and it's like in the studio. I get it. But because the song is so big and it makes you want to jump up and dance, it'd be cool to see those guitar players up and standing and just grooving it and just like a live performance band video. But I'm sure you guys have a bunch of those already because that one video you did with Priest was dope. It was a live show. That was good positive energy stuff. If they come on tour in LA, that would be cool.
Oh yeah, he's coming out here.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to him.
I already know. That was dope.
Yo, I told him, man, that voice, everything that just went right along with what's happening tonight. Oh, I see me up there.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Well, there it is.
That was an accident.
That was in Alaska?
I said, say hell yeah. That's where you at, baby. All right, yeah.
Hey, you see me with my Superman trench?
See, this is what I like.
Oh, okay, it's like that?
With the lights and everything.
That's in Amsterdam, y'all.
Oh, that's Amsterdam.
Look how nice the crowd. Look how nice the we're gonna go back out there. Yeah, he performed this live. Nice, Lance.
Yeah, we ended the show one time with this one. That's cool.
Groovy.
So y'all could YouTube Lance Mitchell.
It's groovy.
Follow him on YouTube.
Okay. It's called Liddy. They sound good live too, right?
I just like how the atmosphere is right.
Hey, nothing but yo, Lance, check out the stage.
That's hot. That's hot.
Shout out to Strooms. You see Stroomers in the background. Him and shout out to God's Wrath. They there too.
Oh, word?
Yeah, they in the background. They
Comes Priest verse.
sip on the coke and the stroke in the back.
I love how there's like a choir background.
If you look good,
go ahead.
What happened?
I was just pausing. I thought you were gonna say something.
Nah, I said you're gonna see Shroom in the back, along as with the whole God Wrath on this whole show. They came out there and performed with me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Y'all did some more songs too?
yeah. It was my show out there, and I like that spot. It was intimate.
It was cool, man.
Go ahead, Lance.
Hey.
Jocelyn in the background.
See how much a light show makes a difference?
I like
Are y'all gonna do a music video for this track or?
Yep, that one.
That's
was
cool,
hot.
man.
That
we're
was
gonna
hot.
do another one.
That was magnificent.
Oh man.
Nice.
Thanks. Amsterdam. Should have with my man Black Marvel.
Oh
came
yeah, the
with
Black
that. But that was
Marvel.
just that. Yeah, that was just his performance. Shout out to
Black Marvel.
that was a great clip right there. Let's get litty.
All right, moving on. We got a couple more to go. Well, actually, a few more. This next one is by DJ Aurora Borealis called Sign of Hope. Let's go.
Robert, what up?
Everybody say Killah Priest. Wu-Tang, Killah Priest. Wu-Tang, Killah Priest. Wu-Tang, Killah Priest. Wu-Tang, Killah Priest. Wu-Tang,
Jimmy said he wants to look him up.
Wu-Tang, Killah Priest. Wu-Tang,
When I say
Wu-Tang, and yo, I was raised in the street, hollering at the full moon, nothing to eat. Monsoon, typhoon, fever. Now I deliver river, Red Sea, Dead Sea, the MC we will see. At the rap VE and UE, who want to battle me? I trample like J the Bull, Killer Pharaoh, intellect of both. Abraham, Hagar, Ismael. I was evicted, convicted into the wilderness, couldn't pay the rent. Now why? And why? Blend from my environment, pulling out rent out the pocket. I read that impeccable comment. 200 School of Cardinal, controversial rap album title. Argue over myself. It ain't good for my health. The CPR kid, I was hungry. I was sick. Slash Pope Benedict XVI. Lightning struck over the Vatican. UFO hover over the White House. Food for thought. The angel sought. The angel brought 2 pieces of fish, 5 loaves of bread. I fed 5,000. Echo throughout the project housing. Had a trial day waiting. Public housing, center housing, FBI, CIA browser, my classified information, and a black suit, black briefcase, encrypted code.
I dig the beat.
Hey yo, sucker coming, you got nothing but a second to be running. I'm coming for your mind, heart, soul. You know the goal, play your role, play your position, non-science, fish and rap, return to the wolf, rotate nocturnal like odds of record. Every day right, in the journal book like the dude took my white Moses off, Myeoshe, now spitting bros off the ark of the covenant, Philistine. I feel this rhyme, Ishmael, Isaac, Palestine.
All right. Cool, man. He sounds good. I think the vocals are a little bit loud. I would drop the vocals down a little bit more so they sit in the beat. They're really on top of the entire beat. It really stands out. You want to nest it right into the beat so you got this nice overall, I don't know, cake, if you will, of nice and even music. You know what I mean? But right now your vocals are really sitting above the beat, and I want to hear that choir in the background. You know what I'm saying? So I would just do that. Lower the vocals, maybe up the treble on them. And then I think you're set. What you think?
That's fire. I like it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Aurora.
Yeah, that was dope. I like the way you get better every time. Keep up the good work.
All right. Let's go. This next one is by none other than Cover Boy. Cover Boy made a few submissions here, so everybody hang on. The first one we're going to do here is track number 2.
Those beats.
Here we go. Track 2.
Oh, send me that one. I like that one.
Is it about to drop?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It's never. It's gonna be like that.
I hear,
Feel like something will happen.
I hear a demon in the background.
Enveloped Madness right there. It sounds like it's about to start. But that's dope.
It's got a demon. I know, but when does this start? Is it gonna start?
That's it.
I feel like we're gonna hear like a bass and a kick. That's what I'm waiting for, you know what I'm saying?
It's like the new beat, John. You just gotta just rap over it like this.
That's true. Atmosphere. Okay.
Some people like, this kind of style. Some people, whatever. But it's what you really into, really.
True.
Led said, thanks for the positive response.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was a positive song. I couldn't even think of anything else to say about it. It was good.
I love that beat.
Yeah, it was cool.
Shout out to Coverboy on that one. It was a beginning. It's a weird, boom, boom. You was waiting for something to drop.
I was.
But it's like anticipation.
That could be like a
intro?
The intro song. You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
You could talk over it and be dope.
You can call it It's About to Go Down.
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. All right, here's the second one by Coverboy, George Orwell, 1984. Track 4 off the new instrumental album called Algo Rhythm Music.
Cinematic is dope. Listen to
Okay. See, the thing is, if Priest raps to it, it's going to be a hit. Okay. I think
I like it.
If you rapped on it, I think it would sound sick.
I like it. I like it. I think he has a lot of different, more like the loop style. A lot of different loop styles. So like how Priest did the Superman jump.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like you gotta kind of
that
sit.
could be a part two.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, you could kind of you gotta do a project with him.
Yeah.
You gotta sit down with him and say, all right, this is what the ideas is about. And then boom, he'd come back and create the sound around your voice or whatever. So
Priest will
be
just
that kind of producer.
Priest will take certain beats and then create the album.
Yeah,
kind of like that too.
Yeah, out of that, we got some stuff he never heard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's the water joint? I keep forgetting it.
Oh,
yeah,
One John. Yeah.
That's Coverboy.
Oh, you did that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next one here is Coverboy. We're playing track 1 and 2. Here we go.
That's dope covers, yo. Oh, this is some
Doctor Who?
Underwater. Yeah,
this is
This is off the new instrumental album Euro Organizational Nuclear Research 2.
Yes. Captain Lockton. We have spotted a strange shark with a gun on top of his head.
Spotted a shark with a gun. And he rocks some dreads. The feds come from. You could say. I mean, you could do all
Everything.
kinds of like.
Yeah.
But you got to be a dope MC. You can't.
Water
You gotta be
pistols.
priest.
You got to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a dope MCs too. I mean, I can even. But the point I'm making is, like Priest has said, you sit there with this joint, you gotta kind of like go there.
Yeah. Roller.
You have to tell a story on this joint.
Indeed. What is this about? Ah. The fire.
The fire is coming.
Somebody said James Bond.
James Bond. He looked like James Bond. I looked like I was riding on the bikes in Tron. Some shit. You can just really go there with this joint.
Yep.
Use your imagination. Let your imagination run wild.
That shit was crazy. Yeah, yeah. Send me that one, AD. I mean, Cover Boy.
Yeah, he got it.
That shit was like backwards science.
Yo,
Like
you should, Cover Boy, man, you should start trying to experiment with other awesome, more like you probably have Middle Eastern sounds. I don't know what you be doing, but man,
he's
I could
he's putting out albums.
Yeah, I gotta start listening to more of his stuff.
I like the way he's naming them though, because they sound appropriate. Like this is Neuralink.
And Ed Wren is right. It sounds like 50 Sapphire. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Okay, here we
Like
go.
that picture.
Track 2 from the same album. Sounds like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah. Excavation. Shout. Hey, I like this. Very 2D, yep. I like that. 2D?
Yeah.
1D video, yep. It's like a video screen. Gaming, Hedgehog. Zelda, yep. Oh, definitely.
Wow. Actually, hold on. I think he wants me to play that. Yep. Sorry. Here's the next one. It just flowed right into it automatically. Here we go.
I have drinks.
I don't know how he's making this.
I know, this is crazy.
I can't tell if he's making this or if it's like 2 samples combined.
Oh man, this is the blonde. This is a blonde in a red car going by the ocean. Small car, like a Matchbox. Beach car. I'll have a blonde. This one here is. Somebody said they're confused. Yeah. It does remind me of like a MF Doom special herb. Red. There's a blonde hair and a red Or you gotta have a, I don't know, it sounds like a beach car.
Yeah, I hear a beach car. With like low fidelity palm trees just waving like that.
Almost like Run. Or is it Outrun?
Yeah, Outrun.
Yeah. Yeah, stick your gun out the window.
All right, here's track 4.
This is the. This one is dope.
Sound like Underwater 3.
Yeah, this is dope.
Final Fantasy.
This one, I would have picked this one out of all.
How is he making this though? It almost sounds like it's taken right off of a video game though. It's like
probably some rare records, bro. I mean, you probably found some records you can't find the samples from.
Maybe it's like a Japanese composer.
Yeah. Those are the kind of records you want to sample from. You know, you won't get your shit taken down. Very, very rare. I don't know what he's sampling, but I know a lot of cats will buy records from different countries and stuff like that. And those are the records that you had kind of like the best loops with. But out of all of them, I think this one is the best one.
Yeah, this is fire.
Yeah.
More of a mystery story.
See, Voltage is saying that. Shout out to Voltage. Says from a soundtrack. From some soundtrack. Sounds good though.
Yeah. Can't say use that, trust me.
He says Pandora's Boat. Pandora's Boat soundtrack. He says, Volta says that's where it comes from. Good record to sample from.
Where's it from?
Pandora's Boat. Soundtrack. Pandora's Boat soundtrack. Shout out to Voltage Control.
I like that name.
All right, shout out to Coverboy for those submissions.
Yeah,
those are dope
Enemy.
tracks. Y'all be sure to follow Coverboy on YouTube. Right there.
Hit me, cover boy.
If you guys want to submit tracks for the next episode on Wednesday, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. All the information is up there, and the link is in the description. This concludes the song promotion segment.
Yeah, I like when you say that.
Yeah.
This concludes.
I gotta have closure.
I want to play. Yeah, we're gonna play exclusive for him tonight because I want to do.
What about something from the EP?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, something exclusive. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna do.
What you talking about, Priest?
Yeah, we're gonna do Brother's Letter.
Here we go.
You gotta hit me with the new exclusive. It's an EP, man. It's only 8 songs, but it's coming from a real place. Mysteries of
exclusive hot new mix.
Here is
brand new. Make sure y'all get it when it drops.
track 2.
The Painter, Brother's Letter. I should cut my ear off like Van Gogh. Stop performing at the Klan shows. Watch myself from the audience. Play piano with lit candles. I mean, I'll still perform, but the thrill is gone. I don't feel as strong, maybe cause the will is torn. I clutch in a ball cause I'm sick to my gut. Then I brushed off the dust, stood up like I was touched by healing palms. I picked up my shield and 3 rocks as I'm hearing psalms.
Hey.
Know ye not that ye are gods? And I've been blocked by bouncers, overlooked by the announcers. I'm in the stand with the fans, which told me many of my album was like a counselor. They said songs like Then From Now, got them from then to now. Even deja vu, they said the old man was you. In a reoccurring nightmare, where you kept coming back around. I took a picture with him, then he showed me a picture of his daughter in a cap and gown. He said he put her through college, because your words stood up for knowledge. Said to be honest, you like a prophet. I said stop it. He said what made you right before quarantine take us to Nebula in a rocket. I said it was just my journey to the planet of the gods, a divine intervention. Just a mantra I said for the monsters in my head. Kept reliving, but we true and living. Like 3 supermen did. He said, who you kidding? That was a beautiful listening. Clan came on and music was hitting. The dead fourth chamber while I talked to strangers about his divorce and child support papers. Gotta restrain and caught for his anger. On the cross cause of haters. As ghosts finish up with the black suede while he dawn. They look around, I'm not on. They search backstage and I'm gone. Once finish the set, play the next song. Play the next.
Nobody would remember. He hardly was a member. But the gods was his avengers. With the bars, always an inventor. From kindergarten to jobs at the center. From the mini mart, parking cars for the winter. Kept a penny jar. What's the odds I get injured? Dreams of a football star was hindered. My lovers died, my brother's demise. My first son arrived in September. Virgo. No more pop locking like a turbo. Stopping in Stockton in my circles. Metanetsa, love was eternal. Ancestors, embrace her. Sword in my dreams like Jacob. Wrestle with the devils before I wake up. Or was that an angel in flames who renamed you? Killah Priest to join the Wu-Tang school. Say to them, old son of man, now children go in the land. Now I'm on send them 5 deadly venoms.
Hit that button.
Freak out, y'all.
Thank you. Yeah, no doubt.
Fire, man. Very good.
That's for the secret album, man. Secret
album.
That's for Mother. Right.
It's R.I.P. to your old Earth, man. Your Umi, man. By the way, you know.
Thank you. R.I.P. to Voltage 2.
Right.
Is shout out to you, brother. Well, I should have played something else for me and him. Where we going through, yeah, exactly. DJ Guam in the building, put fire. We'll be out there on the 9th. Out there in Happy Land. Shout out. Peace and love. What time is it? All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming through the Podcraft tonight. It was great. Thanks for our guest, Queen Neptali. You can see her work. And we look forward to doing more. We're going to have Inky back. We're going to have some more great guests. We're approaching the David Icke soon, AD. So we have David Icke on here soon.
That would be amazing.
Shout out to Vinny. Yeah, we had the legendary R.I.P. Jordan. We had Santos. Got to close it with David Icke. So David Icke will be here soon. I just want to say peace to y'all. Thank you for coming out to the Shitters Know. And
we got another update I wanted to give you also. Currently, you might notice that Horoscope is not on Spotify. That's a temporary thing because there's some new restrictions about spoken word. For some reason, Spotify doesn't want spoken word music on there. But here's the thing. It's not Priest's fault. It's just the way we have the secondary genre. You know, when you upload, it gives you primary genre is hip-hop. Secondary genre can be, it was spoken word because it was like a spoken word. So,
spoken word.
So they're going to switch it for us. It'll be back on Spotify in the next 2 weeks.
You don't lose your views and all.
No. It's just a temporary pause.
What about 3 Supermen?
Is that down also?
Yeah.
Okay.
3 Supermen is down and all of that. You got to take spoken word off all of those.
Yeah, so they'll do it for us automatically. I just got to let them know. We have a contact. So
great news.
Those are temporarily off Spotify. You can still listen to them now on YouTube, and you can still listen to them on Apple Music. But they're temporarily not on Spotify, but don't worry, they'll be back up in a couple of weeks. So that's that update there.
Well, thanks for telling them.
Yeah. I figured it was a good time, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
But the wheels are turning.
So Coach said 4. So it's what's the 4 albums? So it's all the 4 that I just put out. So it's Horoscope, 3 Supermen, Outdoor Cafe, and Summer, and I guess Rocket the Nebula. We gotta put I want Rocket the Nebula up there the way that I put it out the first time. I want to switch it around.
Oh, that was a different situation.
Yeah, and I want to switch it around. That's why you got to get. That's why the CD costs so much, because it's that is level. But you want to get the original way that I put it out. You know.
So the ones that are down are 3 Supermen.
3 Supermen.
Horoscope.
Yeah. Outdoor Cafe.
And Summer. Was it Outdoor Summer Cafe?
Yep. Journey to becoming a better self. That's dope.
Okay.
And get ready. Tonight, I'm going to make this a night to remember, yo. Love, peace, font to leave hair grease. Yeah. Oh, Lord's Son is down too.
It is?
Yeah.
On Spotify?
Yeah, because it was all put spoken word on all of them.
Yeah, why would you?
It was just the way we categorized it. It's some new thing they have up there.
Yeah.
You gotta put hip hop, brother.
It's a new policy. Oh, it does say hip hop.
Why would it say?
Because that's a secondary genre. It's a new thing they did.
Did you put? Hold on though. Did you put like spoken word next to it?
No, the secondary option allows you to put something else. So
you put like spoken word.
We put
there?
spoken word. Yeah,
man, just put hip hop all the way through.
We're gonna have to now.
Yeah.
So it'll be hip hop and hip hop. Okay.
They don't want. Yeah, hip hop is spoken word. It's just crazy.
I know. It's just the way they're doing things. It's crazy. It wasn't a problem before, but Mercury retrograde.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. We'll see y'all on Wednesday.
Peace.
Peace. Peace. Peace and love.
Dude, who requested this one? Who requested this one?
Danny Salinas.
Come over, Snicker. Yo, shout out to. Hey, that's my girl Asterisk on the hook. Whoop. Deep sister right there.
Yo, ladies, I know I like them. White or black or light skin. Chinese, big or tiny. Right between the legs, that's where you find me. In the bed, getting mad head. Hit it from the back, made her bite up on the spread. Grabbing pillows, your ass right in the middle. She gets excited and calves start to tremble. I rough ride it with dick up beside it. Have them bugging out and acting all retarded. Damn priest, look what you started. Shh, let me finish my job then. Roll over, roll one, I'm sober. Come back to the bed with a Snicker and a soda. Was it good? Well, that's what I told ya. Was it hood? From the bed to the sofa.
Do you want me?
Yeah.
If you have me, would you freak me?
Yeah.
Do you wanna feel me deeply?
Hell yeah.
Then come here and give it to me.
Uh-huh.
Do you want me?
Yeah.
If you have me, would you freak me?
Yeah.
Do you wanna feel me deeply?
Hell yeah.
Then come on and put it in me.
Yeah. I love fat hips, full lips, and thick thighs. Now ladies take down my dick size. About that long or maybe this wide. She says she love the way that it fits inside. Having catch a fits, throwing up gang signs. Old school cat hit 'em off St. Ives. Talking in tongue to the bitch go blind. Slow down baby, about to lose your mind. Now I lick on breast, the honey's impressed. Talk about sex till we both undress. Till she's in bed trying to put me to the test. Then I beat upon her flesh to put her ass to rest. I can go for hours, control my power. This position is called the lotus flower. Now the chick is strung like the way that I'm hung. Cause I could drive her like a slave all the way to her lungs.
Do you want me?
Yeah.
If you have me, would you freak me?
Yeah.
Do you wanna feel me deeply?
Hell yeah.
Then come here and give it to me. Do you want me?
Yeah.
If you have me, would you freak me?
Yeah.
Do you wanna feel me deeply?
Hell yeah. Back
Come
into
on
it, baby.
and put it in me.
Hold up, ladies, let me tell you one thing. G-strings and I like that tongue ring. You really freaky, come over and freak me. Get on top, you all hot and leaky. Oh, you need me, know how to please me. You just like the way the ring is on the pinky. Calling me daddy, talking all trashy. I'm in that fatty, bend that waggy. I pull that hair, put that there. Put those up there, let's use that chair. Bring those fruit, I got ideas. Belly to belly, hands cuffed under that jelly. Split that muffin, disrupting the telly. Damn girl, you got a 6-pack. Small pack, honey, just sit back. I'm a freak, she like, how you did that?
Do you want me?
Yeah.
If you're happy, would you freak me?
Yeah.
Do you wanna feel me deeply?
Hell yeah.
Then come here and give it to me. Do you want me?
Yeah.
If you're happy, would you freak me?
Yeah.
Do you wanna feel me deeply?
Hell yeah.
Then come on and put it in me. Do you want me?
Yeah.
If you're happy, would you freak me?
Yeah.
Do you wanna feel me deeply?
Hell yeah.
Then come here and give it to me. Do you want me?
Yeah.
If you're happy, would you freak me?
Yeah.
Do you wanna feel me deeply?
Hell yeah.
Then come on and put it in me.
One more time.